Good evening, everybody. I'll call to order the City of San Clemente Planning Commission meeting for July 15th, 2026, assembled here at City Hall. We're going to have the pledge led by Commissioner Camp.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Roll call is one commissioner is absent, that's Prescott Loeffler. All other commissioners are present. So for those that are in the audience, here's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to do our annual reorganization. We just had new appointments that are effective July, so I want to welcome new Commissioner Aaron Washington. Welcome.
Thank you.
This is your first night, so it's a pleasure to have you here with us. And what we're going to do is, as a result of new appointments, some of us have been reappointed. We're going to elect our Planning Commissioner Chair, Vice Chair, and Chair Pro Tem. We're also going to do our selections for our Design Review Subcommittee and our Cultural Heritage Committee members. And then, so we're going to do that. We're going to do a little housekeeping with some minutes. And then we've got the Zebra House. And then after that, we're going to talk about the parklets as one public hearing. So if you're here and you want to speak to any of those items, if you haven't already gotten a blue card into Tamara, that would be great to do. And then when we get to those items, we'll explain how that's going to run. But right now, I'm going to turn the meeting over to our professional staff member, our city planner, Zach Ream, who will help us with our election of our chair.
Thank you very much. So I will briefly get started with item 4A, which is the election of the Planning Commission Chair, Vice Chair, and Chair Pro Tem. My portion will be to simply ask for the 6 Planning Commissioners here today whether they would like to nominate a Chair of the Planning Commission to serve for the following year. It takes a majority vote of the Commissioners present to elect the Chair, so that'd be 4 out of 6. And so at this time, any of you may elect any other person, or you may elect yourself to be the Chair. And then we would vote on that person. If that person didn't receive a majority, we would take another nomination and another vote. So are there any nominations for anyone who would like to serve as chair of the Planning Commission for 2026, 2027?
I'd like to nominate Cameron Cosgrove to continue on as chair.
Second.
I don't think we need a second. So the order I heard is a nomination of Commissioner Freeman first, and then a nomination of current chair Cameron Cosgrove second. So the procedure would be that we take a vote on both, but in order received of the nominations. So the first nomination was for Commissioner Freeman, and at this moment in time, we could take a vote. It takes, again, a majority of commissioners present to confirm the chair.
I think you need to call yourself.
So Tamara, do you want to help lead a roll call? Or do you want me to do the roll call?
If you would like me to do roll call, that is fine. Never done it before, let's try.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Mr. Freeman, are you interested in serving as chair?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He said yes?
He
No,
said-
no,
he
I
said
just
not
threw him
really.
under the bus. No, he didn't want to do it.
That may affect our votes.
I think we
Knowing
should
that
still take a
information.
vote, but as a procedural note, there was a question and a response, and Commissioner Freeman indicated he's not interested in serving as chair. I'm still going to call the vote because that's how the rules were stated. So the question is yay or nay, do you want to elect Commissioner Freeman as the chair for the upcoming year? Commissioner Washington? Yes. Commissioner Camp? Commissioner Cosgrove?
No.
Commissioner McCann?
No.
Commissioner Griffin?
No.
Commissioner Freeman? Okay, so that vote failed, so we would move on to the next candidate, which is Cameron Cosgrove. Any comments on that nomination?
Are you interested in continuing as chair?
Sure.
Okay.
This is a real.
So again, the vote will be yes or no.
Nothing against you. I mean, I like you all the time, but who's the other person?
The first vote failed, so Commissioner Freeman was not selected. If anyone wants to make another nomination, that would be considered after this nomination. So does anyone want to nominate a third person that would be considered following this nomination?
No, so there wasn't a third person.
There wasn't another option. So this would be yes or no vote.
Yes.
If this vote fails, we'll take a third vote. So this vote is yes or no on Commissioner Cosgrove serving as chair for the coming year. Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
Commissioner Cosgrove?
Yes.
Commissioner McCann?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
So the vote is 6-0, so Cameron Cosgrove has been elected as chair of the Planning Commission for the upcoming year.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. Let's try to do my best to continue our cadence. So with that, I will open up nominations for vice chair.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there anybody that's interested in serving, or who's interested in serving as vice chair? Who's our current vice chair?
I'd be happy to continue.
Steve
Steve
is.
is.
Okay. In that case, I nominate Commissioner Camp as vice chair.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? All right, nominations for vice chair is closed. Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
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 All right, so it's unanimous. Congratulations, you are now our vice chair. Now I'll open nominations for chair pro tem. I'm going to nominate Commissioner McCann. Are there any other nominations for chair pro tem?
Sure.
Okay, I'll close nominations for chair pro tem. Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Commissioner McCann?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so congratulations, unanimous. You're our chair pro tem. All right, so we have our officers. Thank you, everybody. It is, item B is now the selection of our design review subcommittee and our cultural heritage committee. It's one committee, but they wear two hats. And our current members are Commissioner Camp, Commissioner McCann, and myself, and Commissioner Freeman is our alternate. So we would go ahead and, I'm going to open up nominations for the three, and then we'll do the alternate. So, but before I do that, I just want to ask you, Commissioner Camp, are you willing to continue to serve on the design review? Commissioner McCann, how about you?
Yes.
Is there anyone else? Do you have an interest in serving on design review? You're the alternate. Are you, okay. Commissioner Washington, do you have any?
I have an interest.
You have an interest?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open up then the nominations for design review. So I'm I'm going to, I mean, what would you like a motion, or should we just vote on one at a time?
So we're only selecting the members, we're not selecting the chair, the vice chair. I would say if anyone is interested in being a member, you could take that as.
I did a
question.
straw poll. I guess we have four of us. Aaron's saying he's interested, so
Commissioner Freeman's interested in being alternate.
the alternate, right. So do we want to just do, how do we want to handle that? You know, we could do one motion, or we could just do a vote?
I would say someone can make a motion to select the 3 members and the 1 alternate, and if that motion passes, that would be effective. Then someone can make a substitute motion if it doesn't pass.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move that we just continue the same members on the subcommittee. And the reason for doing that is because there is quite a bit of technical skill required and quite a bit of knowledge to do it effectively, and I think that the 3 of us have been doing it now for 4 years?
I was off and then I went back on.
Okay.
Well, you're speaking to your technical skill because you don't know mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be my motion. So it would be myself, Commissioner Camp, Commissioner McCann, and we'll do the alternate separate. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a comment or a substitute motion?
Is it possible, Commissioner Freeman, you're interested in the alternate? Because we could possibly make Commissioner Washington the alternate, but did you say you're interested?
I'm happy where I'm at, but I could go either way. If
Okay.
Mr. Washington wants to give it a go, then I'll.
So maybe we have a substitute?
Well, I'm not doing the alternate yet. We're just
Okay.
doing the main members. The
I
alternate will be
see.
a separate
Okay.
vote.
Okay.
So the motion right now is to just reappoint the current 3 members, and then we'll do a separate motion on the alternate. So is there any discussion about that or substitute motion?
Yeah, I have a comment. Discussion. All right, so I heard the technical piece, I got that. But the other part you're talking about, what knowledge of what different projects? What is it that the disclaimer that you put out when you started?
So to explain the role, for example, on the design review subcommittee, the technical knowledge is detailed knowledge on not just the general plan, but the zoning ordinances, the city overlay zones, architectural overlay zones, understanding architectural concepts, understanding the design standards within the city. That's a document, it's about a 100-page document, and understanding that document, and being able to work with applicants on their actual physical design to meet the standards of the city. So you have to have knowledge of the standards.
Okay.
That's the technical knowledge on design review. On the cultural heritage, you need to have a working knowledge of the Secretary of Interior standards, of historical standards. There's 10 of them. And you need to also have a very good working knowledge of the Mills Act, because we have a number of Mills Act contracts that come before us, and what those requirements are to review and recommend to the City Council Mills Act contracts. So that's what I'm referring to. It's not, it's at that meeting, we're in a conference room and we're talking very specifically about the project and whether they meet the standards, and working with them when they don't to find a path forward.
Okay.
That's the technical knowledge I'm referring to.
Okay, now I'm going to speak, because this is unique. This is great that you all master that depth of knowledge of all those documents. Because I know that's why we have staff, and that's why we read, like the homework I had here. I read up on CEQA. I'm not an expert on it, but I read up on it and I understand it now. So even the design review that you're talking about, that stuff's presented to you. We get it early so we can do our homework. And if I got to go sit with staff or meet with someone to bring me up to speed, they could. So it's not an argument, we'll move on, but my point is, not everybody that comes here before us has all the skill sets that you just said for everybody here. That's where the learning curve comes in, and doing it would be a good idea for me to go in as an alternate. That way I get the tutelage training from you all. So no argument there, I just wanted to be clear when we talk about technical knowledge, it's almost like you're challenging somebody's experience or what they know when you're not trying to. It just can be perceived that way.
Yeah.
So I don't
And
want to
by the
belabor it. That
way-
was the only discussion I had.
Yeah, and by the way, typically Cal Cities every year does planning commissioner boot camps, and they do them every year, and they're about 3 or 4 days to teach planning commissioners that are either new or want a refresher on all things that I've just mentioned, but in addition to that, they'll do a whole day just on CEQA, because it's very detailed.
Yes.
They'll spend a whole day on the housing element and housing laws and all the recent state laws. So while sometimes it looks like we're just, looking at this and just meeting with staff, there is quite a bit of understanding that goes with it that is, usually you get over time,
Got you.
right? And that's why I was referring to that as it is a lot of time. Yeah. So, and I would encourage anyone to go to those, and the staff does let us know when those are available, yeah. Okay, so then it sounds like we are ready to take a vote on the main motion.
Chair,
We
I
ready?
believe we have a public comment before we move on.
Great. Okay.
Tamara, I think
We just got a
Amanda
public comment on this?
gave you a card on this item.
Card that was dropped somewhere in front of you.
Yeah, I had to speak, sorry, I put oral communication, but I didn't get the.
Well, oral communication.
No, it's not, it's on this
yet
item.
On the agenda.
It's this item, and I could change it right now you could give me back the blue card, and I'll change it right now as we speak.
That's okay, you don't need to change it now.
Okay.
We just needed to know where you wanted to talk.
Yeah, actually, I think it's really important. I think this is really great to bring this to the attention of everybody that listens to the Planning Commission. As a San Clemente resident for over 55 years, I have so much knowledge in our town growing up here and going to design review committee meetings, planning commission meetings, and you name it, TCA Board of Directors meetings, OCTA Board of Directors meetings, you name it. South Orange County Beach Coalition, and I have a vast knowledge of the designs, the architectural designs, you name it. But some of you obviously didn't have that much of experience when you first came on. But I know for a fact that Commissioner Aaron Washington does. He's very knowledgeable, very credible, very professional, trustworthy, honest, and has a lot of knowledge base. And, he served on the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission, knew the general plan amendment, the master plan for parks, and also he served on the Coastal Advisory Committee, so he knew about the California Coastal Commission. And in that, there's a lot of information that comes with that, and how to be accountable or a knowledge base on a coastal rail resiliency, the Senate's Committee on Low Sand Rail Resiliency. Also, oh my gosh, I could detail so many more information that I know personally with speaking to Commissioner Aaron Washington as a resident and someone that I've met here at city council meetings and throughout the years. So I applaud his effort in this and being on the Planning Commission. And it's just, to me, he's very knowledgeable and I respect him highly. Also he served his country for 35 and a half years as a commander in the Navy, and I appreciate that, and we should all honor and respect that. And so when you're saying that, you have to have all this knowledge base, it's like, I know, some of you didn't really have that much of experience and background, but you know what? Things can get learned, you could pick up so easily. And certainly as I speak today, I'm pretty knowledgeable, and you know that, and I could speak on behalf or for Commissioner Washington, so I just want to reach out and mention that. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for your comment. That's what the process is. We're all here to work together. And we have a motion pending. Does anyone want to make a substitute motion? Any other discussion? Okay, so the pending motion is to reappoint the existing design review members for the next term. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, with that, I will open up nominations for the alternate. And the alternate would serve, and it does come up when someone can't make it. We want 3 people there, so the alternate does attend. How many times would you say you attended in the last year, Commissioner Freeman? Half-time, yeah. So it's a real duty. And so why don't we start with those that want, so I've heard from Commissioner Washington, you're interested in being the alternate?
Yes.
And you are as well? Okay, so I'll open up for nominations for the alternate.
I'll nominate Commissioner Washington.
Okay, Commissioner Washington?
I'll nominate Commissioner Freeman.
Okay, Commissioner Freeman, so we have 2 nominations. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'll close the nominations. So the way this would work is whoever was nominated first will be voted on first, and then if that person gets majority votes, the voting's over. And then if they don't, then we'll move on to the next person. Okay. Before I do the roll call vote, did you want to say a few words? And then if you can,
No, we already spoke. I'm clear on it. That's why I said I was interested. So we're
Okay.
good. We're good.
and Commissioner Freeman, did you want to say a few words?
It's just been a pleasure working with you guys for the last year. That's it.
Okay. All right,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
before,
Commissioner Griffin.
before we take a vote, can we make a comment?
Yeah,
So I'm not going to be supporting Mr. Washington. It has nothing to do with anything but the following. Brett has been doing this for 1 year. I'd like to give him the opportunity to continue doing that. I'd love to see Mr. Washington be an alternate or a primary person on the committee in the future. I think Brett's had 1 year to do it. I'd like to see that continue out of respect for him and no disrespect to Mr. Washington. Thank you.
no, I appreciate that. I think that puts some perspective on it. Okay, so this vote now is for the alternate, and the first nomination was Commissioner Washington, so Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so let me get my pen out. I'm going to have to keep track of this. Okay. Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
I am a no.
No.
No. Commissioner Griffin?
No.
And then Commissioner Freeman? No. Okay. So that does not pass, so now we'll move to the second nomination of Commissioner Freeman to continue as the alternate. Well, Commissioner Washington?
No.
No. Commissioner Camp?
No.
No. I'm a,
Person.
yeah, I'm a yes. Commissioner McCann?
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin?
Yes.
And then Commissioner Freeman. Okay, so that does pass. That's 4 votes. That passes. So thank you for your service and congratulations. And let's note for the record, Commissioner Washington, his enthusiasm to learn and willingness to be involved. And I want to second that. And I think we need to find ways for you to get that experience and work with you on that. And I'm up for doing that too. Okay. Now we're on item 5, which is the minutes. Commissioner Washington, I believe you were at this meeting, were you not there, present at the meeting, the entire meeting? What I'm getting at is if you are present at the meeting, I believe you can vote on the minutes, correct? Since he was there?
I don't think that's a good idea. He hadn't been appointed.
I wasn't official.
Yeah,
My first day.
Gotcha.
he wasn't an acting member.
Okay, so you won't be able to
No, I
vote.
was a resident sitting.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have a motion?
I'll
Any
move
corrections to
approval.
the min- You have, okay, I have a motion for approval of the minutes of June 17th? Second. Does anyone have any comments? All those in favor of approving the June 17th minutes, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Item number 6 is just general communication, non-agenda item. It's called oral communication. Do we have any? Okay. Amanda, no? No. Okay. Consent calendar, we have no items tonight, so that takes us to our first public hearing, which is the continuation of Project 26-079. It's the Zebra House. It's 1001 South El Camino Real. And this is to request of the Planning Commission to consider approval of a 263-square-foot expansion to their existing patio area, including the construction of a pergola and some landscaping, and to install 2 exterior roll-up garage doors with some lighting. That is the item. I'm just going to, we did not close it, so we're just continuing. I don't think I need to reopen it because we did not close it, so the public hearing's still open. Does anyone want to update their disclosures? Does anyone have any financial interest in the Zebra House Coffee House, or have any conversation with the owners or the applicant that they need to disclose? Okay. Hearing none, what we're going to do then as a matter of process is we're going to get the staff report, then we're going to give the applicant 10 minutes to share their plans. We'll take public comment if there is any. We'll give the applicant a chance to respond to those comments if there are any, and then we'll go into discussion. So with that, I want to turn it over to our staff for, which is Jessica Gatney, to walk us through the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is for Public Hearing Project 26079, the Zebra House Cafe. Press the wrong button. There we go. Okay, the proposed project is located at 1001 South El Camino Real, just west of the 5 freeway. The structure was built in 1970 and is zoned Neighborhood Commercial 2 and both architectural and housing overlay zones. Zebra House Cafe opened in 2011 and expanded into the adjacent suite in 2020 to occupy the entire building. The proposed project is along the front property line, highlighted in yellow. The intent of the project is to enhance the building frontage to strengthen its connection to El Camino Real and the surrounding coastal environment. The patio extension will improve the existing seating layout and street-facing elements. The site includes 16 parking spaces, a drive-through, and substantial amount of landscaping at the rear of the property, which provides a buffer from the freeway. The project consists of a 263-square-foot patio expansion, including the addition of a wood pergola, a new countertop, guardrail, exterior lighting, and 2 roll-up garage doors. Approximately 200 square feet of landscaping will be removed. However, to offset this, the applicant has agreed to incorporate climbing bougainvillea vines that will grow along and over the pergola. The proposed pergola extends approximately 40 feet along the street frontage. The project will raise the existing retaining wall by 1 foot to align with the existing patio elevation. The proposed 9-foot garage doors will feature tempered clear glass panels with a black metal finish. All signage will be reviewed under a separate permit. Additional site improvements include repainting the existing white brick retaining walls and trash enclosure. Because the project is within the architectural overlay, a development permit is required. The Design Review Subcommittee reviewed the project on May 13th and provided several design recommendations, primarily focused on maintaining consistency with the existing building design. Unfortunately, the applicant was not able to attend the DRSC meeting to provide immediate feedback, but they have incorporated some of the recommendations, including changing the vine species from ivy to bougainvillea and adding gooseneck lighting that complies with the city's dark skies requirements. Staff finds that the project generally aligns with the objectives of the architectural overlay, particularly in its incorporation of outdoor spaces that promote pedestrian activity. Staff also acknowledges that the project presents some unique considerations and have adjusted certain recommendations after further discussion with the applicant. The proposed pergola features a natural cedar finish. The DRSC recommended that the pergola be consistent with the existing patio cover by incorporating a black finish, squared rafter tails, and a double joist configuration with consistent spacing. The applicant has confirmed that a double joist is included in the design. While they explored both black and natural finishes, they prefer the natural wood finish. Staff does not have a strong preference and finds either finish would be acceptable. Stain colors are provided for your reference, and the applicant proposes a color similar to the lightest leftmost swatch, while the DRSC recommended the darkest colored swatch to match the existing conditions. The countertop. DRSC recommended that the countertop be consistent with the pergola design. Both the applicant and the staff agreed with this recommendation. As you can see in the picture, this is the existing countertop that's on the existing patio, and the applicant intends to incorporate that same finished look. The DRSC noted that 2 different guardrail styles currently exist on the existing patio and recommended that they be unified. The applicant has also indicated that replacing the existing guardrails is beyond the project budget. Staff conducted a site visit and observed that the mismatched guardrail is located on a secondary elevation towards the rear of the building and is not easily visible from the public right-of-way. The DRSC recommended they select a Spanish colonial revival style door. The applicant stated they carefully chose this prefabricated door as it's within their budget and can fit within the interior space, which is limited due to existing ceiling beams. Staff researched alternative door options but did not find an appropriate replacement. Since the DRSC meeting, the applicant has provided this spec sheet on the slide, which is also within the staff report attachments. Here are some real-life examples of what the doors would look like. Although this door does feature additional panels, it is similar to the proposal and is from the same manufacturer. The project meets all of the development standards outside of the landscaping requirements. Due to the large amount of landscaping at the rear, the property has adequate amount per the requirement, which is a minimum of 10% of the gross lot area. However, the zoning code also requires 1 15-gallon street tree per 25 linear feet of property frontage. 3 trees currently exist along the street where 8 trees are required. Though this project does not require the property to be brought into full compliance to the zoning code due to the minimal scope, staff would still like to see additional landscaping to offset the removal on the front facade. The applicant does anticipate incorporating standalone planters around the patio to further soften the space. The DRSC discussed multiple ways to achieve this, either by installing additional street trees or removing a strip of concrete at the back of the sidewalk to plant hardy succulents. The applicant received an estimate for the planter strip, but this element would substantially increase the project cost, which would not be warranted due to the minimal project scope. The Planning Commission may consider other options that have not been discussed that are roughly proportional to the project scope. And a third option recently identified by staff is to install a small 1-foot planting box at the top of the retaining wall and plant vines that drape over the retaining wall. Staff acknowledges again that this recommendation is not typical and has included a preliminary condition of approval number 1.3 to support commission discussion on potential modifications to this requirement. The recommendations include to modify condition of approval 1.3, determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, and adopt resolution PC 26-017, approving development permit 26093, Zebra House patio, subject to the attached conditions of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate that. You have modified condition of approval 1.3. What is it to be this, right, you have right here in your presentation?
recommendation would be.
Okay, how is it, trying to compare it to what you have? It looks similar, is it?
No, we didn't change the staff report. We are just sort of apologizing to you and the applicant for putting you in a tricky position that we wrote a wishy-washy condition, and we're hoping that you all can tell us how you feel about those design elements so that that can be incorporated into
I got you.
revision.
I understand now. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Do we have any quick questions of Jessica before we bring up the applicant? Commissioner Camp?
I have a couple. So the trellis element, it's recommended that that be painted black. Is that a black stain, or is that an opaque finish that's being proposed?
That wasn't specified in the DRSC recommendation, it just said painted black.
Okay. So I think we're going to need to discuss just clarification on that. And also the wood counter, which is visible from the street there, does that get an epoxy finish? Or it could get a stain as well? And I guess I'm supposed to be asking questions, but did you have any clarification on that? What kind of finish, that's epoxy or?
We can ask the applicant.
Yep,
Okay.
I would feel better asking the applicant.
And then lastly, right now, where do the vines, are those faux vines or do they get planted somewhere?
They'll be planted at the base of each of the columns, each of the posts of the pergola.
Okay. In a container or is there a permanent or built-in planter there?
You know, I'd like to refer that one to the applicant as well. I want to say that she said that they would be under the patio, like built into the patio, not with a planter, but maybe
Okay.
she could provide further clarification
That's the
on
only
that.
questions I have for now.
Any other questions for staff?
I have a couple questions.
Commissioner McCann?
So is there a zero setback in this zone?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm a little bit confused, although I think your modified 1.3 maybe concludes it. I was unclear, based on your presentation, whether what the DRC wants and what the applicant wants relative to the countertop.
It's the countertop.
Or did you just saying, hey, it should match whatever it's determined to be on the pergola, match the countertop to it?
Correct, the latter would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Better match the pergola.
Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Freeman?
So Jessica, you'd mentioned that staff didn't, as far as the doors, they didn't find an alternate, the garage doors?
Correct.
So is there any other recommendation for that?
Not from staff.
Not from staff, okay.
I mean, I'm on staff. Staff would support the door they chose.
Okay.
And we got a spec sheet after the DRSC hearing. We should have tried to get that before the DRSC hearing. We think it looks pretty good.
Fair enough, thanks.
Okay. So I want to bring up the applicant, and is Pam Roth, are you the applicant? No, I'm not. You're just a member of the public? Who is the applicant? Do you mind coming up and just giving us your name, and then can you give us your presentation on your project and keep it within about 10 minutes
Sure.
or less?
I won't even need that much.
Okay.
My name's Sarah. I'm the owner of Zebra House. And I've owned the company for the last 10 years. I took it over from friends of mine who opened it in 2011. So my family completed the expansion in 2020. And right now, I think Jessica's done a good job laying out the presentation. There's a lot of visuals of what we're trying to do. I think, the key differentiator between what I wanted to see versus the original recommendations from design was I'd like to elevate and give a better face to the business rather than have consistency with an old building style that I think is, not as attractive as it could be. So the desire for consistency was contradictory to what I was going for. I think that we have an incredible amount of landscaping on our property, which is one of the great things about our site. with the different planters that are there with the trees. We've got, I don't know, 5 or 6 massive ficus trees. That back hill is all ours. And I think that probably the biggest weakness in our landscaping today is that front planter with the succulents that are there. And then, you know, there's this big corner that people like to sit on, which isn't currently zoned for seating, but it's everybody's favorite place to sit, which we'd like to, you know, make official, right, and safer, and raise that up and have that be a more official part of our environment. And that part doesn't currently have any landscaping. So I you know, with the vines on the top, just to kind of address the questions, they would be real. It'd be real. It wouldn't be anything fake. I love the bright pink bougainvillea. It feels very San Clemente to me. And the way that those are planted is the existing planter below will stay. That dirt will remain with the landscaping irrigation that's already we put in 2020. And there'll be what the landscape architects call vine pockets. So they're just, think little holes where the vines kind of come up and grow and have their life above the pergola. So there's no requirement for planter boxes or anything clumsy or any type of a trip hazard on the patio, which is a really cool thing about those plants. And I think that, you know, I think the one point of contention that we still have, we being Zebra House with the current recommendation, and again, I appreciate all the time that Zach and Jessica and the team have spent, you know, on site and talking to me about this, is I believe that what we've proposed with the vines and all of the existing landscaping that we have, that we do already meet a beautiful landscaping requirement along the face of El Camino, and that nothing else should be required. I think we probably maintain more landscaping than any other business I know along El Camino. There was one other question. With the surface of the countertops, right now it's an epoxy surface that's on the sort of live wood countertop that's there. Epoxy is nice because it's easy to maintain and clean, and it's easy to resurface if we need to. So that would probably be what we would go with for the front as well. And there's not a lot of surface there. You know, it's probably more of a place where you're standing with a coffee as opposed to, you know, sitting and having a full meal. There's not a lot of space there. There's really, you know, just enough to get that indoor-outdoor feel and really open up the cafe and have a better experience along El Camino. So I don't have anything else to present. I'm happy to talk about any of the drawings in the presentation, though, or answer any questions.
Great. I have one speaker card.
Okay.
You want to ask her a quick question? Okay, because we can bring her back too, but I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
So is it your preference that the pergola and the countertop be the natural color, not black?
It
Is that
is.
accurate?
It is. I looked at the black. I don't think it looks good. It really just kind of fades. It kind of just blends in, and it doesn't really give that, you know, elevated, bright, natural, warmer feel and vibe that I want to bring to the property. I'm really trying to elevate that cafe experience as opposed to kind of blend in with the old black. Yeah.
Yeah, since we are just taking, you mind, we'll just do some questions. Let me just go down the road. Commissioner Freeman, questions for the applicant? And Commissioner Camp.
Hi, thank you for wanting to improve your property on El Camino Real. I see on the rendering that there are some sort of sea green or maybe turquoise colored
Yes.
containers. Are you planning to put those there?
Yes, I love the bright. That's, if you've been in Zebra House, we like a lot of the sort of bright, fun, but warm colors. So yes, those would be there as well. So in addition to the bougainvillea along the top of the pergola. So we are adding additional landscaping beyond just the bougainvillea.
Okay, and so the black, even this mansard roof, the tiles are black. You say that was already like that? You didn't?
No, we did that. It looks a
Oh.
lot better than it used to with the black and the white, but again, it's, we're looking to do a refresh, sort of elevation to what we did in 2020.
Okay. And that, obviously, that fabric canopy, that thing will come down
Yes,
and be replaced with the trellis?
yeah, I think it's gonna look really sharp.
Okay. Yeah, that's all.
The designer who worked with me on this is the same designer that worked on Ilya on the corner. She's fabulous. She's done a lot of great restaurant designs. She's pretty great.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Washington, questions for the applicant?
Not for the applicant.
Okay. So, I think what you understood that the design review were suggestions, and you didn't need to take them, and you can do what you think is right. So the fact that you are doing something that isn't exactly what they recommended is fine.
Okay.
So if you think that the natural wood, so this is a confirmation, you think that the natural wood color pergola is what will look best for your business.
Do.
Okay. It's definitely an improvement over the awning. And I agree with you, the openings that you're going to do, the bigger openings and using the garage doors, that's going to look awesome. So I think those are good choices. As far as the lighting fixtures go, what did you end up with that?
I think, we haven't, I think there's room to pick and decide. I don't think we've fully determined which ones we want, but I think, being in compliance and then running them back through is
Okay.
fine.
You did have a suggestion on that, so you can.
Yeah, and I don't have any opposition to
Okay.
the suggestion. We haven't spec'd anything specific, but.
Okay.
There's, yeah.
All right. Any more questions? We may call you back up, but
Okay.
thank you very much for your presentation.
Problem.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. So we do have one member of the public that wants to speak on this project, and that's Pam Roth. Pam, you'll have 3 minutes. If you can keep your comments to that, that'd be awesome.
Hi,
Oh, welcome.
good evening. Thank you for allowing me to address you. I'm just here to voice my support for the expansion of Zebra House. I've been going there for 10-plus years. They started out small, and everything they've done has been charming, beautiful. They have wonderful taste. It's a warm, wonderful, beautiful, inviting place to come. And every time they've expanded, they've done a wonderful job. So I just want to argue in support of allowing them to expand, and also in allowing the natural wood finish countertop. And they do a great job. They're very on top of design and beauty, and I'm just here to argue in favor of allowing them to expand. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out and sharing your support. That's appreciated. Public comments always appreciated. I don't have any other speaker cards on this item. Is there any other member of the audience that wants to speak on this project? Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant or staff at this time? Any questions for the applicant or staff?
No, I met with staff yesterday and asked my questions, and just so that you guys are aware of what I asked them. When I was doing my review.
Is your mic on?
No, I can turn it on. No.
Thanks.
All right, I met with staff yesterday, so I wouldn't ask all those same questions here today to save us time. But the questions I had, which we already asked, was about the door, the roll-up door. I liked it. I was just wondering, what rule or whatever, because I'm not the expert, right? But what was the requirement why they couldn't use that door, and if we would be opposed not to use it or not, and what they thought of it. So I got my answers on that. The other one was about the requirement for 8 trees. They had 3. I was like, where did that rule come from? So that I would know in future projects. And she didn't really have an answer for me on that one yet, but it sounds like that's not going to be a determining factor on voting for this. So And there was other stuff, but nothing to belabor this.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm going to go ahead, can I close the public hearing? Are we ready for discussion? Staff, Jessica, did you have any other comments you want to add before I do that? Okay, you good, Zach?
I would just ask you to maybe look at that condition, if we can pull that up during your deliberation, to make sure you're comfortable with what's being approved.
Yes, yes. So the only thing we didn't really discuss there is the rafter tail configuration. Looks like the double joist is there, but is the rafter tail the one issue that's open?
The landscaping, if you're comfortable with the landscaping proposed, or if you think there should be more. Staff initially thought there should be more. At this point, we're pretty amenable to the applicant's proposal, or if you have any creative ideas
Okay.
for more landscaping.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm going to go, I just didn't want to make sure if you guys needed to ask staff about any of these things before I close the public hearing. Public hearing's closed. Open it up for commission discussion.
Yeah,
Com-
I'll jump in.
Patrick?
If we go to 1.3, which is what we need to focus on, there's 4 sub-conditions there. I'm just going to give you my opinion, and we can all talk. I think the elevation is fantastic. I don't support painting, cutting off the rafter tails, or painting that front pergola. I love the color of it. So that's my opinion on A. And then B, obviously that would follow, because the countertop will match that light wood color of the pergola. I'm not concerned about C. I think it's not cost-effective to force the applicant to change out that wood guardrail in the back. And D, I don't think is necessary, based on what I saw in terms of the landscaping that's already in place, including the back hill that they have to maintain. So those are my comments about the condition 1.3.
Okay.
And of course, no disrespect to the design review committee.
No, that's fine. They're just that's,
I should say that also.
they're just recommendations, and this is a minor remodel, and the applicant wasn't there at the time. So it was just a discussion with staff. Okay. Let me just take it from the top. Commissioner Freeman, your comments, and we'll just go on down the
Can I just
line.
ask a quick question about what his comment?
Oh, yeah, go right
So
ahead.
regarding the rafter tails, I mean, they're saying squared off, and you're saying you oppose that, but I mean, the end of a rafter is naturally going to be square unless some other shape is specified.
Let me clarify. I think that the elevation that we saw, that was brought up on this slide, is fantastic. That's up on the
Okay.
television now. I support
Oh,
that.
got it, okay, thank you.
No worries.
Okay. Commissioner Freeman, your thoughts?
So my only concern was the doors. When we sat down at the DRC and spoke about that, that was kind of a concern with staff. But knowing that it's not a concern now is relieving to me, because I actually like these garage door style. Gives them more room, more space to operate. So I'm also in concurrence with the other commissioner here, and yeah, I like it.
Okay. Commissioner McCann, your thoughts?
I agree 100% with what both of these gentlemen said. Specifically, like the glass garage doors will let in a lot more light when they're closed. Having them be SCR style when the building isn't SCR style seems unnecessary to me. I prefer the natural color to give it a little pop. I think regarding the landscaping, they have tons in the back that satisfies their requirement. And from those pictures of the existing, you said that they only had 3 trees, but they were multi-trunk trees, like the 2 palms were multis, and there was like 7 tree heads, palm heads that I counted on those 2 trees. So I'm fine with the landscaping as is.
Thank you.
my thoughts.
Commissioner Camp?
Yeah, I tend to agree that the nice thing about wood, natural wood, is that it's compatible with just about anything. So I think that's fine. I'm concerned about the bougainvillea on those vine pockets. Bougainvillea doesn't do well, especially that pink bougainvillea, when it's planted in a sort of a trained situation. It grows better when it's wild and there's a larger area. So I think that probably a trumpet vine or something. Oh, the other thing about bougainvillea is that it's not, in that condition, it's not going to be evergreen. So it's going to be very leggy. It's a minor thing, but I would recommend either a trumpet vine, which you can still get the color with the trumpet vine. The white ones, of course, do the best, but I think that would be a good solution. Or a ficus, there's a lot of ficus vines that would look good. I forgot to ask this, but it's a natural cedar that the trellises are, okay?
That's what's proposed.
Okay. So cedar weathers, and it turns kind of a gray color, which won't end up being compatible with the counter. It's probably not a big deal. I think cedar does look good when it weathers, as opposed to some other types of wood. So I think I'm fine with that. I like having the containers on the front there. This is a minor thing, but you should have either 3 or 5, not 4. It's a golden mean. So, but I do like those. I like the accent. It looks like, I don't know if those are meant to look like maybe a bird of paradise, or something like that, but I think that's probably a good solution because you get some color and you get a little bit of height. It'd be nice to get something vertical out there in the landscape. Now, as far as the existing front landscape where there's a raised brick planter, is that all going to go away? So it's just going to be did you guys catch that? Whether that's all going to, because there's going to be a deck there. So where does that terminate? And it looks like in the rendering on A900 here that there's a continuation of landscape in that planter. Is that going to remain the succulents, or are you planting something new? I forgot to ask. Can you come up?
Yeah, let me open the public hearing so you can come on up to answer the question.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so Jessica, will you stay on this slide for me? So the existing planter stays and it gets built up. So it's there, it's underneath, right? So it's the brick remains, and then at the end of the building, the existing planter stays. So all of the ficus and the existing succulents that are already there. I took a look at the trumpet vine with the orange. Love that too. So I'll talk to our landscape architect and see what they think would grow best. I just wanted to have lots of color.
Okay, so the vine pockets, that will be planted in natural soil.
It will. The natural soil
Even though
that's
that
there
thing's being
will
elevated.
remain. It will be, you just won't be able to see it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks for coming back. Oh, one more thing, the lighting. It looks like on the rendering, those are downlights, but the signage is not a part of this.
No, it's not. There'll be a separate submittal for signage.
Okay. The nice thing about having that overhang that you have is that you could probably do uplights
I love the uplights.
as long as they're shielded, so there's not a glare field. And the reason I'm being so nitpicky here is because it's El Camino Real, which we think this is really helping El Camino Real, and all of El Camino Real could use some help. We've already talked about that. But I would consider that with the lighting. So you can incorporate that into the signage. So you uplight the signage, and then you get it reflected off of the overhang, would be a kind of a
That
nice
sounds great.
detail. So thanks for coming back
Yeah,
up.
no problem.
That's the only comments I had.
Anyone else want to, okay, I'll close public hearing to resume our discussion. Council, I'm sorry, you done? Just making sure you're done.
Well, I'm suggesting those things that I just mentioned, that we incorporate those.
Can we hold off on that? I just get everyone's comments and we can come back if you want to fashion something, like as a motion? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that I think we should incorporate that, however we,
Incorporate what?
my comments.
Okay, can you summarize which ones of you want?
Okay, so,
Well,
yeah, I think we should go with, well, I guess I'm approving what's here.
yeah, why don't we come back to
So
you?
the Cedar, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, the bougainvillea is a big thing, I think, because it really looks, it looks poor. I mean, it really does. In this kind of a condition. I've tried it myself on different
So-
occasions.
let's do this. Let me get everybody's comments and then let's come back to discussion. So Commissioner Washington, what are your comments?
Chair, can I interrupt real fast? Sorry. Did we reclose the public hearing
I
at this
did.
point? Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
So I'm sitting here like I'm the person trying to ask for this, and I'm, just like the 8 versus 3 trees, what tells me I have to have 8 trees? I don't know. I gotta learn, I'm still gonna research, I'm still getting that answer for future things that we do, so I understand that. If this is a visual thing and all that, what impacts, I'm looking at, I read CEQA, I read, class 1, 2, 3 and all that, and the general plan. What is it, and I know we want El Camino to look around, is it the Spanish Village by the Sea? What is it that we're trying to do here with adding this different plant? Is it a look? Is it, is it appearance?
Are you talking about
Yeah,
Commissioner
yeah.
Camp's
Right,
comment
right,
about
right, yeah,
the
so-
bougainvillea?
Right,
Okay.
yeah, so,
You can-
I mean, I'm not poking holes in it, I'm just trying to understand. So, because I got all my questions answered, I thought it was gonna be hard to determine the door today before walking in here, because I like the Zebra House, only, from my early Navy days going there, but I thought it was gonna be hard, with the door, and then like you mentioned, some of the landscaping in the back, where's it going, what they're doing with it, those things I didn't know what was gonna come out of it, but it sounds like we're rolling pretty good here. The door's okay, the table's gonna stay the way it looks good in that picture in the presentation, so I'm good. Pat, you nailed it. I didn't wanna be like, yeah, just what he said, but I reviewed it, and I like what you said, and I agree with all of it,
Perfect.
all right?
So what I'd like, yeah, great. Sounds like we have a consensus on the project. Commissioner Camp's got a couple of things he wants to bring up. My comments are as follows. Number one, we do have 5 findings we need to make regarding consistency, general plan zoning, guidelines, health and safety, as well as it's in character and compatible properties in neighborhood. I can make all those findings. Can anyone not make those findings? Do we have a consensus we can make those findings as a group? Okay, great. The next thing is, we do need to make a finding, because this isn't an architectural overlay, that this does comply with the purpose and intent of the overlay district. I am going to make the case that in fact it does make that. It's first of all, it's in character with the neighborhood. Second of all, it stays with what's there, but improves it. I think it makes it more open and more engaging to the neighborhood and more engaging to the street, which is in fact part of the reason for that being an architectural overlay. So I can make that finding. Can we all make that finding?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Second, thank you. You're investing in the community and you're making this business better. That is awesome. And we really appreciate that. And the only reason why you're getting any kind of conversation at all is because we care right along with you and want to help you succeed, be successful, have a project you're proud of, and at the end of it, feel good about not just the process, but the end result of your project. We support you, at what I'm hearing, and what I want to do before I ask for a motion, though, is finish our conversation about your comments, Commissioner Camp. I kind of defer to the applicant in some of this, like the plants. For example, I think your comments, your concern, based on your experience, is well articulated, and I think she heard it. But I have confidence in the applicant that she will make the right decision. I don't feel we need to specify that. That's just my opinion. I think she's got that, and she can make that decision.
if I'm not mistaken, somebody, either staff or DRSC, suggested bougainvillea, and it's kind of in there. She said she loves it, the pink version especially, great, but I think it was someone from the city side that said bougainvillea, not her. And she
I
was
don't
saying
know.
fine. Do we know where bougainvillea
No.
came from?
No. No,
It was applicant generated?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she says no.
She says no.
She didn't generate that.
We had a vine, and then the committee said bougainvillea. I said bougainvillea's great,
Yeah.
that's fine.
It doesn't matter. It's landscaping is the concept, and a vine,
It does matter.
If Commissioner Camp is okay, I mean, I would suggest that we just say, hey, a climbing vine with the intent of going up and covering the trellis, flexibility between applicant and staff. She's heard your comments about bougainvillea. I'd support them based on the fact that they're spiny and you're going to have people near them.
yeah.
So, but what species of what vine, I think that can be worked out later.
That's what I mean by, as long as it's a climbing vine and it's a landscaping, I think the applicant can make that decision. But did you want
I
to
agree.
make a specific?
No, I agree. I think
Okay.
that's fine. I just want to get on the record that, you
No, I
know,
think that was a great
over
comment.
time,
Yeah,
it doesn't look good. So trumpet vine's a no-brainer.
yeah. What was your other suggestion? Was there any? others?
Lighting,
The uplighting, she
Yeah,
could
the-
consider the uplighting versus,
right.
so I don't think there's anything in the specific
No, there isn't.
conditions of approval requiring the lighting, so
But
that can
lighting
be.
and landscape are super important on
Yeah.
El Camino Real, so.
Let me do this. Let me just take a consensus of the commission. Are we good with the general direction to staff to work out with the applicant, the flexibility on the lighting, whether it be the down lighting or the up lighting? They can make that choice, as well as making sure that the flexibility to do the vine that's most appropriate, that will survive the best, look the best, and be most compatible with their business. Are we comfortable just delegating that to them to work that
Don't
out?
forget the 3 or 5 containers.
And remember, it's a small business, we don't want to put too
That's
much
right.
of a bad financial burden on them
Yeah.
either with all these.
With that, if there's no more discussion, does someone want to make a motion?
How about Commissioner Camp?
Sure, Commissioner Camp, do you want to make a motion? I'm happy to do it, or you can do it.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Zach, we don't need to modify this? Are we okay leaving it the way it is, the 1.3?
I'm nitpicking, but I didn't hear any resolution on whether the rafter tails should be squared off or whether they should look
I
as
think
they do in
let me
the
just check, but I
drawing.
think the consensus when it went to Commissioner McCann is leave it as proposed. Is
Okay.
that correct?
In the,
it's really
in the
good.
photograph, so that's
The
not squared
sculpted,
off,
not-
sculpted.
The sculpted.
All right.
Are we, is it any disagreement? Okay, so,
I think we got the rest of the intent.
okay, so do I need to modify the 1.3 to remove that section?
I would recommend that we modify, remove A, remove C, and remove D, just so that we're clear.
Oh, do we need to say double joisted?
That's in the plan.
Is it?
I think what I would be comfortable doing, Zach, if we just we modify condition 1.3A to just delete the proposed pergola shall feature squared off rafter tails and just say the proposed pergola shall feature double joisted to match the existing patio cover and stop and then be a natural wood stain. I think I would do that. Do we have consent? Is that okay with everybody? I think B, the wood countertop shall be matched, so that's good.
It doesn't match.
It would be,
If it's a natural cedar,
so the wood
That's-
countertop would be just a natural wood stain.
yeah, I think we just get rid of B.
Okay.
Good idea.
Okay.
Get rid of it.
And then as far as C is concerned, we don't need,
We just delete it.
I
You can
think,
leave it, I mean,
I
it's
think
fine.
we,
Yeah. they're
so
using-
Patrick's saying delete it. I'm hearing two other people say leave it.
When I spoke originally, I said it should be deleted.
Yeah,
So that was my recommendation. I'm, out of consideration for this applicant and their budget, I don't think it's important.
Okay. So
What's it gonna be?
if we delete number C, Zach, what's the impact of that?
I believe the applicant has proposed a black metal guardrail, which is going to look pretty similar to the black metal that's already there. This condition would require them to refinish and paint the existing guardrail black, which might have a cost. I don't know if that's proposed by the applicant or not.
Can you pull up the photograph of the existing condition? And Zach, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but from my perspective, that back railing is wood right now, the back one under the Zebra House coffee sign.
To the left.
That, I think that's wood.
Yeah.
And what I interpreted was that the city was asking them to take out the wood and put in metal rail there. And that's where I was saying, I don't think that's necessary, and I think it's a burden financially on the applicant to change out that wood railing to metal.
Is that what you're doing?
I
with
believe
C?
that came out of the DRSC recommendation.
Yeah.
Staff would not require full replacement. We would require a sort of a sanding and a painting black.
Okay. Can you go back to 1.3, please? A proposed guardrail will match existing metal guardrail. Well, that's proposed, not the existing, proposed. Okay, an existing guardrail shall be refinished and painted black. So no, it is not requiring them to remove them and put wood, and put.
I
metal in.
interpret C as saying,
So-
by saying match, it means it has to be metal.
It's saying existing guardrails shall be refinished and painted black, not replaced.
Okay.
So I think we're good there. And as far as D, additional landscaping shall be installed along the front elevation. That is the climbing vine, correct?
Staff would interpret the will of this commission that the vines that they've now proposed, which can be either type of species as long as it's climbing, that would satisfy the additional landscaping along the front.
Do we need to put that wording in there? Shall be,
Climbing
climbing
vines.
vine shall be installed?
And there's some container plants.
Yeah, and along with the 3 or 5 container plants. Is that fair?
Yes.
Fair? All right, so I'm going to move the following. I'm going to move, number one, that we have determined that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act due to the fact that it is a conversion of a small structure and it's accessory structure, so that's Class 3 and 1.1. Also, that we will adopt a Planning Commission Resolution 26-017, approving the development permit 26-093 Zebra House patio, subject to the attached conditions of approval and with the following amendments to condition 1.3. A, the proposed pergola shall feature double joisted joist to match the existing patio cover and be in a natural wood stain. B would remain the same. C would remain the same, and D would be reworded as additional landscaping shall be a climbing vine, as well as 5 or 3 potted plants installed along the front elevation. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there, first of all, second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion? Yeah? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. Within 10 days or whenever this is in front of the next planning council and they approve the minutes, our minutes, you will have your permit. Congratulations, and thank you for your investment, your time tonight. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Just give staff a second to get reorganized and our commissioner just to take a little, step away for a minute. While our commissioners away, I want to talk a little bit about the next item.
That's a lot.
Okay. So let me, before I introduce this, let me just talk procedurally about what we're going to do here. So our next public hearing is for Project 26-235. It's Parklet Dining Permit Applications Review of Batch 1. And this is a request of the Planning Commission to consider parklet dining permit applications that deviate from the parklet design standards. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 applications for a request to deviate from the parklet design standards. So just for context, the City Council, when they renewed the parklet permits that were set to expire at the beginning of July of this year, when they extended it to 2029, they also included new standards. And they also included a provision that if an existing parklet wanted to not adopt the standard in part or all, those existing businesses could come to the Planning Commission and bring that request. That's what we're doing tonight. We have 7 that have brought that request. So what we're going to do is we're going to, in a minute, I'm going to open up the public hearing. We're going to get a overview on the parklet designs from our staff. And we'll have a, without speaking to any particular business, have a conversation with, amongst ourselves to make sure we're clear on that. And then I'm going to invite any public comment on that section, just the parklets in general, not one specifically. So if there's any public comments on that, we'll take those up front. Once we've done that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up each of the applicants one by one and ask you to make your case to us for why you want the exception. So I'd ask for you to review your exception with us, tell us what things you want to get an exception and why. And then what we'll do is we'll deliberate on each one of those one for one. So once we hear from you, we'll ask you our questions, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can vote on that right then and there. Then we'll take the next applicant, and then do this rinse and repeat until we've gone through all 7. Does everyone follow the process? Are we all good with that? Great.
We're approving each one individually.
Correct.
Okay.
What I would call to my colleagues' attention is within the staff report is a detailed variance section, what they're asking for variance on. So when you look at the staff report, but for each business, if you scroll down to the attachment in the staff report, you'll see bulleted list of all of the standards, and the ones in red are the ones they're asking for exception on.
Right.
So you'll see those for each one. So what we'll do is I'll make sure we have time to go to those when the businesses come up. But for now, what I'm going to do is, before we get to even the businesses, I want to give Lexi the opportunity to just talk in general about the design standards. What are they? What was your experience with talking to the applicants? And your general sense. We'll get all questions answered at that level. We're not going to dive into any specific request yet. To hear from the public, if anyone wants to speak to it in general. Then we'll go business by business. Okay. So Lexi, thanks for being here and doing such a great job on the staff report. And I'll give it to you to kick it off.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Like he said, this is Parklet Dining Permit Application Review Batch Number 1. There will be a follow-up one with the remaining parklets that are requesting deviations. Just a couple slides here, just general background of how this started and why we're here today. This began as a COVID initiative in 2020 from the state to adopt an emergency ordinance to allow temporary dining to help small businesses survive during a trying time. In November 2021, the council directed staff to initiate a zoning amendment to establish this program with state law. And then in 2022, the council adopted the zoning amendment to formalize the parklet program, where the Planning Commission at that time reviewed the design guidelines. Again, we're reviewing standards this time, so there were guidelines, agreement forms, and fees. January 2024, they decided to continue the parklet dining program through July 1, 2026. Why we're here today, March 2026, the City Council directed staff to initiate a zoning amendment extending that program since there was an expiration on July 1, which has been granted and extended through January 1st, 2029. We took the parklet guidelines, augmented them to become standards, and passed them through the design review subcommittee twice, where they provided feedback on overall design implementation for each specific parklet. There are 3 different types. There's the 2 public types, which is on Avenida Del Mar and Avenida Victoria, and then there are also private property parklets. The Avenida Del Mar ones and the private property parklets all require the same design standards. The one on Avenida Victoria is slightly different because those parking spaces are in parallel spaces instead of angled or your standard parking space. So the council decided to approve the extension of the program and those standards in April 2026. After that, staff went out and met with each parklet operator with one-on-one meetings, and we met with all but one. One being the Point Break Burger Parklet. They had met all of the design standards, so there was no need to require a meeting. We met with all of the applicants that are here today, and the consensus was that we would like to remain the same in terms of the design of their parklet, with maybe some slight modifications to move us closer to the standards. More so being that those guidelines originally allowed for some business personality to pop out, that being colors of umbrellas, the color of the parklet, that allowed them to personalize their design and create something that matched maybe the interior of their current restaurant. Moving on. Why are we here reviewing these? There is an exceptions section as part of our zoning amendment that says the Planning Commission shall review any deviation to the standards. So that's why we're here today. There are numerous deviations for all parklets listed. The parklet design standards that we'll be paying attention to are these 16. The parking spaces occupied, how many and what type they are. Is this parklet located in front of another business? I will say right away that those that are located in front of another business have received property owner and tenant approval for that. That was a requirement and an emphasis on council, was that if they are in front of another business, they require those approvals, or if they are and they don't have those approvals, that we would take a different direction with them. A buffer zone, which we've changed from 4 feet to 3 feet. Clear space below the deck, which was there to promote cleaning under the deck. There were some issues with rodents or leaves getting stuck underneath it, which induced a smell or something unpleasant for restaurant goers. The deck height, which was a big concern overall with the parklets, was the general height of them. We've reduced that from what was 42 inches to 36 inches. The tall posts, that was included early on in the stages of this parklet program to hang string lights, which are strictly prohibited. So those that have them are being recommended to chop those down. The plants, we've moved from a variety of plants to just succulents, promoting something that can sustain longer term and is a bit easier to look nice year round. Barrier materials, which was requested to be consistent across the board. Before, like I said, there was some business personality in all of the parklets. Now we're moving towards wood and cable. The barrier height, which I mentioned, was the deck height was the 12-inch maximum. I moved ahead. The barrier height was the 36-inch physical barrier. The deck height was measured from the grade up to the deck surface. That did not have a limit, so we had some parklets that were a bit tall and obstructive on one side. That has been reduced to 12 inches. If they can't meet that, then we've allowed them the opportunity to step it down, so they remain consistent with the 12 inches. Furniture, we moved from standard furniture to dark wood, brown, or black. Lighting, we included some that are included under the umbrella or implemented along the railing of the barrier. Before, that was not really discussed besides the type of light that was emitted. We've included golf cart and bike parking. Previously, that was not required. dining deck area, that is how large the parklets can be. Before, there was a standard of 3 spaces. For an example, on Del Mar, it was 3 spaces. Now we've cut that back to the dining deck area itself, just the deck, can't be larger than 2 parking spaces. And they must be squared off in order to meet that. And then ideally, those other 2 halves of what is total 3 spaces is the bike rack and the golf cart parking. And then we have shade and heat, reducing the overall height for those and providing a variety of different colors to just remain more consistent across the board. And the number of seats has remained the same, 24. The CEQA determination, categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA via 15301, 15302, 15305, and 15311. Our recommendation, staff recommends approval of all 7 of the parklet dining permit applications with conditions. And like I said, there will be an additional 8 parklet applications pending our follow-up meeting, hopefully on August 5th, the next Planning Commission hearing. For you guys today, we're requesting that you consider each parklet individually and consider the requested deviations from the standards based on the location and design context. Some may be placed on higher slopes than others, or maybe adjacent to a vacant parcel. There are just different things to consider as you move up and down Del Mar, along Victoria, and there is 1 private property parklet here today. And then, as always, we are available for questions. Before the chair opens each public hearing, like you said, it may be the best opportunity for you guys to discuss about the standards. Thank you.
Lexi, thanks. Just in case I didn't open formally, I want to formally open the public hearing. I want to also just make a general disclosure that all commissioners, I think, do travel up and down Del Mar. It's our marquee avenue of business, and it's in our downtown core, so I think we've all visited. Probably many of us have visited each of these restaurants, so we've all, for disclosure purposes, have been on Del Mar, seen the parklets, perhaps even dined in them, correct? However, I just want to give does any commissioner want to have any further disclosure? Are they a part owner of any of the businesses? Have you had any conversations with any of the applicants? Anybody? Hearing none? Okay. I have a number of public comments on this in general, not on any specific. Before I take those, does anyone want to ask staff a question? Commissioner Freeman, did you want to ask staff a question on on the report so far?
So I did have a question about the 7 applicants. Can you confirm that the current fees status for each, particularly noting like Katarina's, that those requesting waivers from this new standard should require full payment outside of the fees, and confirm the compliance prior to any regulation that we may come up with?
Yes, that's the last condition. That's what it's there for.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Griffin, did you have any questions of staff before we take public comment?
I do.
Okay.
First of all, I want to apologize to you and Zach for asking questions that probably were contained in the staff report. I read ahead to all the variances and didn't clearly read the staff report appropriately. Can you, let me say what I think happened, and then you can course correct me. Back during COVID, the city said, you can build parklets. And there were conditions in place on how they could be built, is that correct? Or did we just say, go build a parklet?
It started off as an emergency ordinance. The community development director oversaw the parklets on, less than, there wasn't this level of review of each parklet.
Okay.
And we went out on site, we met with the owners, we said this is where you can put the parklet. Initially, there were no fees, then there was a small fee, then the fee increased, and then we had design guidelines where there was guidance for what we would like the parklets to look like. That did go through design review and planning commission. And some, but not all of the parklets looked a lot like the guidelines, some of them didn't. And now we've designed standards where the city council said we should tighten up the guidelines. Although then my understanding is perhaps the design review and staff did such a job of tightening up the guidelines that when we brought them back to city council, they said, oh, wow, maybe you guys went a little overboard. And some people might need a deviation from the standards that you just wrote up if they can't quite meet all the standards.
Okay, thank you. That is extremely helpful. So tonight, we are going to talk about the requested deviations from the recently adopted city council standards? Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner McCann?
And I would add to what you said, adopted by council, but kind of created by design review and planning commission. Okay. Quick questions regarding colors. So are you, at the present time, staff saying that each restaurant can individually express themselves through color, or is there proposed uniformity in color?
In the standards, there's a proposed uniformity. Previously in the guidelines, they were allowed to implement their own characteristics of the business, which were different colors for each parklet.
Okay. And then regarding cabling, most of the parklets have kind of a wood, solid, or
Yes.
spaced surround. Does the current standard discuss cabling versus solid wood, or, because you've said cabling,
Yeah, so the standards say that it should only be a wood post with cable.
got it, thank you.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Camp, questions for staff at the high level?
Yeah, just one, you said there's 8 additional exceptions that are going to be requested in addition to these 7?
Yes, we have
Tonight?
six, not tonight. We have 16 total parklets. These were the first 7 that were ready to go, so we put them on this schedule. The following 8 are going to be on August 5th.
Okay, so there's going to be 8 more
Yes.
that are going to request deviation.
Yes.
So pretty much all of them.
Yes, minus 1.
You're good.
15 out of 16, okay.
Math is really good.
Yeah, not too
Yeah,
bad.
that's impressive.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Washington, questions?
No, I
You met with staff in advance and, yeah, okay. Thank you for doing that, by the way. That's awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, before we bring up each individual business, I have about 5 or 6 speaker cards to speak in general. So I'm going to call you up one at a time. And we'll start with, I'm just going to call them in the order that the cards were turned in. And our standard public comment time is 3 minutes. So I'm going to call the next 3. So if you hear your name, feel free to migrate to the front. But our first public comment will be made by Pam Roth, followed by Jay Roth, followed by Amanda Quintanilla. Welcome again. I'm glad that you are participating tonight. So, Pam, did you want to go first?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, City Planning Commission. I have lived here for, I think we're going on 16 years in San Clemente, and I am here to show my support in favor of allowing liberal exemptions and exceptions to the parklet design standards. And for what it's worth, I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Art History, so I know a little bit about art. Ole Hanson's vision is at odds with rigid conformity. What comes to mind when I think of government imposing overly restricted dictates of conformity and uniformity is actually more in line with North Korea. And I just want to also give my experience with the parklets in general. They've just added so much to our community. It's extraordinary. One thing about a village is I Googled the word village just for fun, and one thing that came up is a sense of community. And rather than being a community of cars and a community of parking spaces, we've become a community of people. And you walk around and you see families and you see people laughing and enjoying themselves, and it's people off their phones. And myself, I have gone down there when I've been a little bit low, and it just picked me right up. So that's my personal experience, and it just has added so much joy to our community. It's just incredible. It's really the epitome of community, is having those here. So instead of just a number or a number a car, we feel like a part of a village. So outdoor dining, and I would just want to say outdoor dining is the epitome of Ole Hansen's vision of a Spanish village. Not a village of cars, but a village of people. So for this reason, I'm here in support of flexibility in allowing deviations from the strict rules, erring on the side of Ole Hansen, the spirit of the essence of a Spanish village, which is community, artistic expression, and a liberal expression of different kinds of styles. Thank you for hearing me and give my opinion.
Thank you for your comments. They were great. Appreciate it. So we have Jay Roth, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Hello, everybody. Well, in addition to echoing my wife's comments, I think the great thing that I've experienced because of these parklets, I mean, they came about, as we know, because of a bad thing, COVID. Who would have thought that they would have brought the community out and given us all the celebration of that community, of seeing people out smiling, enjoying their lives, experiencing the different businesses, not just restaurants. I mean, you're sitting in one parklet and you see it, maybe in my wife's case, a dress store she'd like to go and purge. I think there'd be so many different experiences that we got from this that have, in my basic experience, have been mostly positive. I understand there might be some issues with parking here and there, and those are legitimate concerns. I don't want to diminish those things. But at the same time, look what it has brought to San Clemente. It's a celebration of life, a celebration of joy, of the beauty that this town has. And every time we go down to Del Mar, which is far more frequently now, in large part because of these places, it's been so uplifting, and we are very thankful of just being residents. And it's nice to have something that you can look at and say, wow, this was great. I feel great. You might feel a little low when you get there. Maybe you feel a little less in your wallet when you leave, but it's usually an uplifting experience overall. And as far as the variance and so forth, these things that are requested, I think it's good that these businesses be allowed to express themselves in these various manners rather than just having this uniform standard across the board, because then it becomes very dull and there's nothing exciting. It's kind of like soup with no real seasoning. You know, but you get a little bit of this type of soup or that type of soup, or maybe you're going for a steak instead or whatever. You get that variety. That's the spice of life. And I think these variations give us that, allowing these businesses to express themselves with the different colors or shapes or whatever it is that they're looking for, within reason. To me, it makes perfect sense. And I hope that you consider them. And based upon what I've heard today, I'm pretty sure you will. So you all seem very reasonable to me. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for coming out and your comments. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Chris Wood. Welcome.
I have a presentation and I.
Okay, hold on. Do we have that? I do. Okay.
Great. And so I kind of wanted to just discuss a couple of things here. Next slide, please. One of the concerns that I've seen is that this is an example where the corner of the deck really, and the umbrella really blocks the frontage of the business there for Oliver's. And so I am on Del Mar 4 to 6 times per week, watering plants on Del Mar. And this is what I see. I mean, it's hard to look at that. Next slide, please. But here, about a month ago, we went down to Del Mar, and there was a e-bike there, of course, and so it's really, not the best area to put those bikes there. And, but as far as the, it's really important when people like to window shop, and presentation of a window is really important. It's a vignette of what there is in the store, so it captures, having these mannequins with the aprons and some cutting boards there and olive oil. It really makes a lot of people come into the store and try. There's balsamic vinegars and what have you that's there in the store. So I know there was the exception is that parklets should not be located directly in front of an adjoining business unless adjacent business and adjacent property owner consent. And one of the concerns that was raised at the city council meeting was that a council member mentioned that they had discussed it with the business owner and this person was okay. And when I went to visit this business owner, they weren't okay with it. However, I'm really concerned with how the consents were done, whether there was any kind of strong arming, if you don't do this, you're not going to be getting along with us. And I think that might be the direction where I'm seeing that might occur with getting the business owners. Next slide, please. So, here is an example where there's been no attempt by the business owner to do anything with the plants. This is just dead. And I water plants, not these. I water plants that are on the sidewalk, and I just look at them and I'm thinking, what's going on here? I want to applaud Chopin. They have the matching awning and the matching umbrellas. There's no picture here, but they also have the mandevilla, which I guess the other name for it is rock trumpet, but they are beautiful. It's not pictured here. I'm so sorry, I didn't have enough time to do that. But another shout out to Katarina's. They have these wonderful succulent presentations in front, as well as prontos with their gardenias. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for your comments and your PowerPoint. Nice pictures. Wayne Eggleston? And then our final speaker is Chris Wood. So if there's anyone else that wants to make a general comment, you just get my attention after Mr. Wood. Mr. Eggleston, former planning commissioner and council member, welcome tonight.
Thank you. I'm going to be rather outspoken this evening, like I'm never outspoken in the past, but this has been a flawed process, not by the planning commission or by staff, but it's by the city council. City council should not be involved in the design. And when I was in the city council for 12 years, the number one rule is you don't design from the dais. And that's what they were doing. It really should have started with the planning commission. And while design review looked at it 2 times and did a great job, and staff also did a great job, it still should have started with the planning commission. The exceptions. At the end of the last city council meeting on this issue, one of the council members said, well, if you don't like it, just come to the planning commission for your exceptions. But the number of appeals is evidenced by the flawed process here. The city council handed you guys a hot potato, to say the least. The micromanaging and the nitpicking is your job, not the city council's job. The micromanaging from the city council got down to the number of the color of the umbrellas, the type of chairs, the type of plants. And I wanted to talk about the color of the umbrellas, for example. Katarina's has wonderful color umbrellas. In fact, in our art gallery, there are 2 paintings of Katarina's with the colors of the art galleries. And the Los Angeles Times, in their Sunday edition, had a picture of Avenida Victoria with Katarina's with the color of the umbrellas. They're terrific. So anyway, my thoughts are to approve as many exceptions as you can, focus on the important issues here. the structure of the parklets, the health and safety issues, and not blocking any adjacent businesses without the adjacent owner's approval. And also, I wanted to just say, sidewalks are for pedestrians. They're not for tables or chairs, signs, umbrellas, or heaters. They're for pedestrians. It's an ADA issue, and it's a health and safety issue. And there should be no signs on the parklets. Let's not create a flea market atmosphere or a swap meet atmosphere down there at all. But do what you can, but it's really, it's now in your hands, and it's a hot potato. Because the number of requests for exceptions, look at them, 15? That tells us something, doesn't it? Thank you very much.
No, thank you for sharing your wisdom and your time tonight, for coming out. Our final member of the public for public comments is Chris Wood. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Chris Wood. I've been a resident here for 36 years. My family and I have 5 storefronts on the town, 2 businesses. We run 2 businesses on the street. Been in those businesses for the longest family member for 60 years, so I'm familiar with the town. I've been on that street for 35 years. I wish the 2 art students had stayed, because I've got things to say to them about their liberal ideas, which make no sense whatsoever. You've been here 16 years and you've got Ole Hanson's art vision. Makes no sense whatsoever. None of that belongs in San Clemente. Being liberal does not account for the commerce in town. Retail places need to have more than coffee shops and arty-farty stuff. We need to actually have parking, which these folks, I wish they'd stayed, don't want. Okay, so if you don't have parking, how do people get to these locations? There's no alternate parking, so we have to park on Delmar, so the parklets have to be worked around that. Another comment, I only actually came here to draw attention to what are the additional applications for parklets. I've heard that Zoves has an application for a parklet. So I have a hair salon. I've just put in an application for a parklet today. You can refuse, it can be refused, it can be accepted, but based on the response I get will determine what I do next. Because literally, if you can have one, I can have one. If I can't have one, I want to know why I can't have one. If Zoves, who was given an extension on their interior to have an outside enclosed patio, now wants an external street patio, I want to know why. There's supposed to be a moratorium now, because we're supposed to be supporting some of the businesses that aren't food and beverage, so that retail can do okay without food and beverage parking their parklet in front of them, even though it's got approval from the owner and the business. We still can't see the shoe store, clothing store, other store, olive oil store. So we need to have some common sense here as far as what is going to be available for you to see the other stores and have parking and have it arty-farty and all the things that go along with it. Also, I've got to bring something to people's attention, that there's a gentleman in town again for the 15th time in 15 years walking up and down or wheelchairing up and down looking for ADA compliance and suing everybody. So you need to be fully aware of that when you're doing these parklets, about the ADA compliance, ramps, elevation, safety, etc. Outdoor dining is wonderful, but we still have to consider the retailers that aren't outdoor dining. So I'd like to see how, and echoing what Mr. Eggleston said, you've got a hot potato, because I've been to your meetings and they're excellent and they're informative and people have input and people are received well. The other meetings are not. The other is a superiority complex of we've decided and therefore, based on no information. I don't think they're taking your information as well as they could. We need to support the retail as well as the food and beverage. It's critically important because they were here long before food and beverage took over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, thank you for your comments, and to all our speakers for your time and passion for our town to come out and speak. Public comment doesn't work without the public. Is there any other member of the public at this phase want to speak? Okay. We are now going to move into the individual parklet applications. And I think the way to do this would just be to take them in the order that the staff has put them in the staff report. So unless somebody has an urgent matter that they need to leave, can we do that? Is that okay? Is everybody in the audience okay doing it in that order? Okay, I just want to be respectful of your time. Our first applicant and I want to give everybody an opportunity to hear on my colleagues to be able to scroll down and see that we've got, and Lexi, did you want to tee up how you've organized this before I bring up the first applicant?
Yes, I have a PowerPoint that continues beyond what was
Yeah, let's
shown.
bring that up, and then maybe you can tee up the format.
Sure.
Let's use Taqueria Luna, which is our first parklet discussion, as the template for your
Yes.
report.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll give Tamara a minute to pull that up.
While you're pulling it up, we're going to be focusing on attachment 2 of the packet. That's the document that lists the deviations. That's going to be the easiest way to follow everything that's going on. So like I said, attachment 2, 3 proposed deviations. The ones with asterisks are added on this slideshow but are not highlighted and red on this sheet, so that will be needed a decision on in addition to what's on here. 1, deck surface is to be 16 inches above the ground. I would like to note that the original deck surface height was 28 inches off the ground, and Taqueria Luna had every intention to comply with all of the standards. These are just a couple that were left on the wayside due to one of them, this first one being an ADA compliance 2% slope issue, which the applicant can speak more to. The furniture is high quality but is not brown or black wood, so they're proposing white marble tables and black woven chairs. And the dining deck is not fully squared off on both sides, which you can see on the site plan. That bottom left corner is cut off, ideally to promote a more cohesive atmosphere in the seating area, and to comply with the 2-foot distance requirement from that adjacent parking space. So the deviations that you will be looking at tonight are those 3 listed. The deck height being 16 inches instead of 12, the furniture not being a dark brown or black wood, and the parklet not being completely squared off. I have a couple of pictures to follow. This is its current status. So the north side of the existing deck, this is fully compliant to what were the design guidelines. So the north side, street view side, east side of the deck, and the south side, so you guys have a visual representation. But the site plan and everything that is not in red is something that they're doing to be a part of the standards and not just the guidelines. So I think questions of me first, and then
Right, let
if
me,
you want to go to the
yeah.
applicants, yeah.
I want to pause now just to make sure everyone's clear on what you just presented before we
Chair,
bring the applicant up.
Chair Cosgrove, can I interrupt real fast? I just wanted to make sure that we did do disclosures. I know there was something said earlier, but just so the commission's clear, you could have different disclosures on each one of the projects depending on
I did
any
ask
ex
broadly,
parte.
first of all, I did make the general disclosure that we've all been to all these properties.
Correct.
But I also asked specifically, does anybody have any conflict of interest on any one of these? Do you
Okay.
have a business interest? Do you have any conflict? Or did you speak with any of the owners of any of these businesses? And
Okay.
I got an answer to that nobody had any of
Thank
those
you. I just
conflicts.
wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thanks.
Yep, you're welcome, and thank you for bringing that up. But before we bring up the applicant, which will be just one second, are there any commission questions on this application of Lexi? Commissioner, we'll start at the other end. Okay, Commissioner Camp, questions for staff on this one?
Yes, Lexi, you mentioned that the 16 inches is, I guess, about half, or not quite half of what it was. And you also mentioned ADA access for, and this will apply, I guess, to all of them. These are still considered temporary facilities, right?
That's correct. So ADA, ABC, fire safety building code is at the discretion of the applicant since it is a temporary program. We do not have a building permit process for this. There aren't any inspections because it is temporary. So all of those are omitted based upon the state legislation.
They're not waived, to be clear. They're the responsibility of the applicant to comply with applicable law. The ADA is a federal law that the city does not enforce. There are state standards for accessibility that have been tampered down a bit due to the fact that these are temporary structures.
Okay, that's not super clear, but what about the 16 inch Is that because of the slope across the length of the,
Yes, so at its tallest point, it would be 16 inches, not all the way across.
right, I get it. And we had specified previously that it's supposed to be a 12.
And if they can't do that, they should step it down, yes.
Okay. And then they're also asking for a deviation on the furniture. Okay. Did they say the reason for that?
So they just constructed their parklet in March. I believe their reasoning was financial concerns.
We're going to bring them up, so you can ask them if you want.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Scott, did you have anything?
Yeah, they have solid or spaced wood on around the perimeter, but I don't see that as an exception. Are they proposing to switch to cable?
Yes. These are the only deviations that they're requesting. Everything else is in compliance
Yeah,
with
I
the
believe they're
standards.
essentially reconstructing
Yes, they are.
Okay, got it, thank you.
in order to comply.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Griffin, did you have any questions? No, thank you. Commissioner Freeman, questions on this one before we bring the applicant up? Okay. Let me just make a general announcement to the audience. If you're a member of the public and you want to make a public comment on any specific parklet, you're welcome to do so. So we're going to go through them one at a time, and once I hear from the applicant, if there's a member of the public that wants to make a public comment, you may do so. Bring up your card or get my attention. Okay, with that, I would like to bring up the applicant for the Tacarina Luna. And I know I chatted with you in the audience, but I don't remember your name, sir. Do you want to just come on up and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name's Jim Hollis,
Welcome, Mr. Hollis.
and I'm here to represent Tomas Luna, the owner of Taqueria Luna. I happen to be the landscape architect who actually designed the original to meet the original guidelines, and then what we did is we made every concerted effort to redesign it to the current standards as much as we possibly could. I really have to say that Taqueria Luna really appreciates the opportunity to operate in the city. They really want to make every effort to comply. They appreciate the fact that sorry. They appreciate the effort to be here, and they understand the goal is for the city to create something that's attractive and has some consistency. Tomas understands that, but he just wants to be part of the city and let you guys know that he appreciates that he's here and operating. So when the city adopted these parklet standards, I mentioned before, we made a really significant effort to redesign this. It was much more complex than you would think, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit. The furniture is there. That's why we want to keep the furniture. That's probably the easiest argument. And it's not that we're willing to or we're opposed to switch out the furniture. We just think the furniture is fine. It even meets ADA compliance. And so I think that's important as well. We could swap out the furniture. I just don't think it's necessary, especially what we're doing. So as noted in the report, we're complying to almost every single one of the standards. We redesigned this. Mr. Luna is going to actually deconstruct and reconstruct the patio. He's going to do the cabling as it's designed in the standards. The only thing that I think is technical, it's exactly what you're saying. On Del Mar, there's a slope there, somewhat of, I don't want to say substantial, but there's enough slope where you have that deviation. It's impossible to meet the 12-inch standard with a 3-inch gap on the bottom underneath the deck that you have with that requirement. So there has to be some flexibility in that design. The other thing that we're dealing with is a slope for ADA standards coming off the curb, maintaining ADA access. And so you just have this little catch point where you're not quite meeting that 12-inch standard. You need some flexibility there. And then the other thing is that little clip that you saw on our plan. In order to meet the 2-foot standard, or that buffer standard for parking there, where and really I have to mention that you have the corner where you have the bike parking set aside, but it really clips that parking. So I think it's necessary to have that clip because otherwise you might have a car hitting that or even coming in and knocking the corner of the parklet. So it's just to maintain that buffer zone is why we did that little clip and not having it squared off. But I think this design really complies closely to what the city standards are. We've made every effort to meet the new standards, and we appreciate any comment and hopefully approval for what we've done here. Any questions?
Yes, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Let's pause, keep you up there if you don't
Sure.
mind.
Yeah,
Let me just
absolutely.
poll my colleagues. Commissioner Washington, questions for the applicant?
I do not have questions.
Commissioner Camp? Mr. McCann, questions for the applicant? Mr. Griffin, questions for the applicant? No. Yeah, I think what is nice about what you guys are doing is you're realizing that there was an impact with the parklet that is there now. And you've heard that. And so you're reacting to that. And you're saying, okay, we want to be good neighbors. And we're going to reconstruct it. Am I hearing that correct?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I want to ask a question, sorry.
oh, I've triggered a question from Commissioner McCann.
Yes.
Go for it.
If the commission, if it was the commission's option, let's say, to have you not switch to cable railing and leave the existing wood railing around, would that be preferred by Mr. Luna, or indifferent, or he prefers the cable railing, or?
I would say that it's meeting what other, some of these other deviations are, so I think it would, I think it would be, I don't necessarily want to say preferred, but I think it would be recognized that we would appreciate that. But at the same time, we recognize the fact that one of the reasons that's in the standards is for public safety, to have visible access through the deck and the parklet. So I leave that to the commission to follow that. That's what we're trying to do, is really follow the design standards and maintain public safety.
Can I jump in on this for a minute?
Sure.
He's raising an important issue.
Yes.
And it is the standard that the city council adopted for the cable. I want to talk to, so if you don't mind, since you're going to be the first to do that,
Sure.
can we just, would you allow us to have a conversation about that?
Absolutely.
Zach, in your opinion, do we have the flexibility, even though the design guideline calls for that, to say, adopt a standard that embraces the spirit of it, but perhaps introduces some practicality? Meaning, what if we were to go with a hybrid? And I don't know what your reasoning is, Commissioner McCann, but from my perspective, one of the things that has occurred to me since we did recommend that is what might be some advantages to a hybrid where, say, the first quarter or half of the barrier is the planks, spaced, and then cable the second half. The second half would provide the visibility that is the benefit of the cabling, but keeping with the planks on the bottom half would provide for some additional privacy screening that I think has been, I've heard that concern through staff, and that would address that. And also just provide a little bit, that's the main reason. In your view, do we have the discretion if we felt to maybe do a hybrid on that?
Yes, in my view, the council provided you quite a bit of discretion with respect to the design standards. I think the gentleman was right that there was an intent of the council that there be some visibility through some portion of the parklet, that it not be a solid wall. But I think by leaving the top open, you certainly have that discretion.
Yeah. So to my colleagues, what I would recommend that if we want to provide some flexibility to the applicant, and so doing, we will be setting a precedent. The current standard calls for all of it to be, the whole barrier to be cabled. However, in thinking about this and also talking with staff, there have been concerns about the dining experience with it all being open, and that there be no privacy screening from the street level. And you are somewhat in an elevated position on the parklet, and so to provide a little bit of screening privacy is a consideration I think is worthy of making. But I do think the benefit of the cabling is that it provides that layer of transparency on the top to give the retailers and all that behind it more visibility. So having thought this through, for your consideration, you guys, would be to think about maybe a hybrid where it's half cable, half the open plank. And then that way we kind of get the benefit of both. So just for thought. And, that was your question, so I wanted to just chime in.
Well, my question to the applicant is because most of the exception requests behind him are requesting to keep the existing wood barrier that they have up. And so if, I didn't want him to incur, if hypothetically the commission grants those exception requests behind him, I didn't want him to be like, hey, why am I writing the check to switch to cabling and everyone else behind me got it? I just didn't ask for it. So at the discussion point of this first Taqueria Luna, I would like to discuss that, the issue that you're bringing up. But that's why I brought it up specifically, questioning him.
Fair enough. Are there any, okay, so we have the applicant there. Let's just see, okay. I don't have any questions, so if no one else has any questions, we'll maybe call you back in a minute.
Okay.
But you're good for
Yeah.
now?
Thank you very much.
We actually have a public comment for your application for the Taqueria Luna Parklet, and that is from Amanda Quintanilla.
It'd be nice to have that picture. I took a picture today of that.
It's up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lexi, or Tamara. When I saw the picture, it's on my phone and on there, but with that car there, you have to go really early to get a really good view of it. But you could see the diagonal where the white car there is on the upper right-hand corner there on that picture. But when you look at it, it looks massive. And you have the diagonal corner there, or the diagonal part of that section of that outdoor dining, it looks just massive. And then you add that it's going to be on higher. I understand about being level to the street to where it's, 12 inches in uniform, but I took a look at it today, and when you go up on the ramp, and there's up a higher elevation, so it just kind of raises it up, versus you could have something level and then meet the actual level of the street to compensate that. But to me, I think it's one of the kind of it looks like, it reminds me of a barn, a petting zoo type of situation, where you have all this wood there. And it's really hard when I'm on Del Mar watering plants and I'm backing up, and it's hard to see any kind of car or anything. So I think it's really important for public safety to have those railings there, for the metal railings to kind of look through, because at one point you can't really look. I mean, you have this wall of petting zoo around you. And it's one of the, plus you have these planters there, which they are green, however, but this is out in the open. And as someone mentioned something about privacy, it's like, you're out in the open, you're on the street basically eating. Where's your privacy? Why would you want privacy at that point? You're out eating al fresco. And that's the whole thing, that you are part of that community. So to me, I think you should keep the railing there, or substitute, you remove the wood barn look and just do the metal railing, and then decrease the height. And, I didn't see what the plan was for the planters, but those large bushes need to go, because it really does obstruct a lot of business. And anyways, thank you for your time.
Thanks for sharing your experience and your comment.
Do we need a blue card each time we want to ask a question?
Yes, you do, but come on up and send it in later, okay? We'll reset the timer, and I remember your name as Chris Wood.
Yep, me again. Okay,
okay.
so quick point. I've talked to Tommaso Luna today. I thought he was going to be here today, but we discussed this several times. When he first wanted the parklet, he wanted 2 spaces. And the council said, nope, you got a choice of nothing or 4 spaces. He said, more money, I don't want to do that. Now they're everybody's turning around and going back to 2 again. Everybody's incurring costs because the council doesn't know up from down. So at what point do the subcommittee meetings get something to the council that goes, oh, we're on board, we know what's going on? Because it seems like they don't know what's going on. So you guys have got a, hot potato, you've got things to handle. The council doesn't seem to be responding to it. Now we're going back to 2, we're changing the shape. Every time you do this, people like Tommaso are having to throw money at this because of indecision. So we need something that sticks and stays stuck. Thank you.
No, thanks for your comments. That's good common sense, and I think we are trying to be good stewards here and provide some consistency. I want to ask staff real quickly, can you just re-summarize the dimensions of this, specifically on the height? Are they reducing the height with the reconstruction? I think
Yes.
it's by a foot, correct?
Yes, so the deck height, which is the grade to the surface of the deck, is going from 28 inches to 16. They're also lowering the barrier height, which was allowed 42 to 36.
Okay, so it's going to be lower.
Yes.
And then what about the parking spaces? Going to be less, it's going to be smaller in terms of the number of parking stalls it takes?
So, yeah, it's still 3 parking spaces, but the deck area has shrunk. Originally, that could be included in all 3 spaces. Now it's only 2 spaces.
To provide for the new standard of parking
Yes.
around it.
For the
So-
bike and golf cart
So
parking,
this
yes.
is shrinking in size and height?
Yes.
Okay. We need to vote, what my intention is to vote one at a time. So I'd like to see if there's any other questions for the applicant and then move into discussion and then make a decision on this one. And then we'll take the next one. Is that fair? Okay. I think for me, just to get into the discussion, and I want to leave the public hearing open just just in case we want to bring the applicant back up. I think Commissioner McCann does bring up a good point, and I want us to focus on that conversation. And I want us to focus on it in a thoughtful, meaningful way, because I think whatever choice we make is sort of precedent setting. And my advice to my colleagues is we should be pretty consistent as much as we can be. And, I believe Commissioner Camp and I were in the multiple design review meetings where these standards were talked about with staff. And I think subsequent to that, I do have a desire to revisit the 100% cabling. I do think that there is benefit to cabling because it does provide more openness, the safety of it. You can see the retailers behind it. And I think that there's benefit to it. However, when it's all open, that does change the feel of the parklet and the dining experience. And also, I do believe, and when I say privacy screening, just think of any conference room that you've ever been to. Is there not an apron privacy screening on all conference tables? That's where I'm going with this. There should be consideration for some privacy in that regard. So my feeling is half board planks with the space between it on the bottom, and then half would be the railing of the cabling as a compromise to get the benefit of both. So I would like my colleagues to give me their opinions about that.
I think it's a great suggestion.
Okay. To start with you, Brett, if you want to weigh in on your thoughts, and then we'll get Scott and go down the line.
So I heard what some of the people in the public said, as far as being able to see through it. If you're backing out, there's bikes whipping by and stuff. You can't see them with this configuration like this. And so I understand the hybrid method will definitely increase your visibility as a driver, park driver coming out. And I kind of like Scott's idea. The 2 words that keep coming to my head right now is fair and consistent. We have to be fair and consistent. So what we do on this one, we have to do on the rest of them to make it, like you said, consistent. So that's what I'm focused on, and I like the hybrid idea, but I also kind of like if it's not broke, don't fix it, but I see the advantage of both.
Okay. Scott, your thoughts on this?
Well, it's a little bit unfair to have a discussion about the solid versus cable, because this applicant didn't even ask to stay solid. I'm just bringing it up in advance, but we haven't heard other applicants' argument as to why they want solid. But flipping ahead, about 5 of the coming 6 ones are asking for that. So I didn't want to be inconsistent
They all are.
on this gentleman or this business. Fundamentally, well, I'm curious, and I don't expect you to have the answer, but it'd be awesome if you did. And I understand the difficulty and challenge of backing out next to these things. Are we ever aware of any accidents as a result of that on?
We don't have a tally of serious auto collisions. You can observe that there are scratches on almost every single parklet and city-owned planter because cars have crashed into them. But we aren't aware of any serious
Okay, but
collisions.
auto-to-auto accidents or auto-to-ped or auto-to-bicycle, accidents, that's what I'm talking about. Not if someone ran their fender into the thing, that's just poor driving skills.
collision.
I'm talking about a collision because you couldn't see a car coming. Yeah, because for the most part, cars are going pretty darn slow on Del Mar. And yeah, it's uncomfortable backing out next to this thing, but even if it's cable, if there's a party of 4 sitting in the corner table, it might not be any more visible. We've also got, like this one has the planters with the taller bushes. Depending on what landscaping is one, what pots, you're gonna have those same visibility challenges. Fundamentally, I think most of the people are going to be asking to stay solid because they're already solid and they want to save money doing that. And fundamentally, I support that if it's not a big problem. And I do 100% want to be consistent in our determination. So this gentleman didn't request it, but I think the hybrid thing, you can say it gives you the best of both worlds. It could just be fundamentally more expensive to do both. You got to call the finished carpenter in to do this, and then you call the cable guy in to do that. Now we're bumping costs instead of.
I don't know
So-
if that's true.
It's definitely possible.
Okay.
So that's where I'm coming at this.
Okay. Scott, your thoughts?
Steve.
I'm sorry, yeah. Sorry. Looking at Scott, looking at you, yeah. Listening to Scott, looking at you, yeah.
Yeah, to me, this is an easy one. I mean,
Mike.
this is an easy one. There's very few deviations that they're requesting. We appreciate the fact that they're willing to pretty much meet all the guidelines. So I think we're, as you directed us, we're looking at these individually and we're approving them individually. And, yeah, there's a couple exceptions here, and I think those are reasonable. But, to go back and maybe suggest, just for continuity, that we make changes, we suggest changes on this one, is probably counterproductive. I mean, we got 7 of these things to go through. To me, this is a pretty easy, hey, they've agreed to do this, they're proposing this is what they're gonna do. Let's approve it and move on, I think there's some value in considering this hybrid, but let's talk about that when we have one that doesn't want to do the cables. I mean, he did say they'd prefer it, but I'm going on the application. So, that's mine.
Commissioner Washington, your thoughts on the hybrid idea?
My concern is, if I was a business owner, the hybrid, first of all, what I'm thinking about is health and safety. If anything that we do is going to promote the safety of the people going, eating there, dining there, I get it. But for something temporary that was caused by COVID and all this and incurring costs on all that concerns me, in that regard. But backing out, because the conditions have been there. They've been like that. I think the idea is great. It's a nice idea, having that. But I'm concerned about the cost to small business owners that we're trying to support here and also, keep this going until 2029. So, but like you said, I think this is a real easy one compared to a lot other ones that we got with all the other exemptions. But and like they said, they're gonna do whatever we tell them, but that's my concern. Is it safe? Is there an unsafe condition, like Amanda Quinn was Quintanilla was saying, when they're backing out? And the other good question was, do we have histories of any accidents or someone getting hurt? I haven't heard anything, we're probably gonna go through this again and again, but right now, I'm fine with the way it is right now.
Mr. Hollis, do you have a minute to come back up? Would you, as the applicant, I think there's support for the concept of the hybrid, but there's concern about cost. Can you comment? What's your take on that?
Well, so I think my take is, and I'm going to look at this from a design perspective and also constructability. I think from a design perspective, you're talking about, and if you look at the photos here, that's 42 inches high, right? So when you reduce this down to 36 inches to try and do a hybrid, you're talking about 1.5 feet that you're dealing with, right? So it's going to be hard to kind of come up with a hybrid solution. I'm a firm believer in the fact that a lot of these are already built and constructed, just like the one that we're representing here. I think it's, from my perspective as a designer, it's almost like all or nothing, right? It's, if you, and I say that because, I'm going back to your standards that talk about the safety and looking through this, and that was our objective, is to follow the safety and what the standards say. That was our whole objective. I'm not here to make an argument for against the others, because they could make an argument that you can still see through here in some respect. So in our particular case, we feel like the cabling is probably the best solution. But if you're giving the alternative to do all railing like this, we'd probably present a detail to show all railing.
So let's be clear, your thought is if 18 inches, so you have a 36-inch barrier,
Yeah.
a railing, right? So if 18 inches were the all slatted wood and then 18 inches were the cabling, your thought is,
I think that's difficult to come up with a design solution for that.
okay,
That's
okay.
what I think.
All right, very
Yeah, but
good.
there's also that distance down to grade,
Yeah.
which is gonna have some other, it's gonna be the solid material.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. By the way, when you did your design, did you account for the ability to be able to clean underneath?
Yes, yeah, it has that 3-inch clearance that's required.
Yeah. And how do you guys, what is your cleaning method that you guys have talked about doing?
So there's two options. There's blowing, obviously, and then actually hose on the, because you have to maintain flow underneath this as well, so it's both.
I see.
Yeah.
Staff, have you guys talked about the water quality, or in terms of someone wants to use water, pressurized water to clean underneath? Is that, and then, have you guys talked about that? Is your preference, do you have a preference?
We had a brief discussion with our environmental quality staff. Our preference is that there be a method, like you were asking, that it's possible to clean underneath it, whether that's spray with air or spray with water, or literally pick up each board and kind of scrape around and pick everything up. If you are going to do a high pressure spray with water, we would ask that they try and install some kind of boom around each side so that all the debris doesn't just go into the storm drain system and it's captured somehow.
And if I can add, we have a pollution prevention section under the ordinance that says outdoor eating and drinking venues must adhere to water pollution prevention practices to prevent trash, debris, food residue, and other waste from entering the storm drain system per San Clemente Municipal Code 13.040. And that's another disclaimer that they are obligated and it's their responsibility to maintain that. So that is written into the ordinance.
So you guys were aware of that? You feel confident, even if you wanted to use water, you could meet that standard?
Yes, it's actually outlined in our specifications.
How you would do it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Is there
Thank
any
you.
other questions for the applicant?
Not for that.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Open it up to discussion on this applicant's application.
Can I just mention something real quick?
You have the floor.
You talked about like hybrid and kind of using a hybrid to meet the spirit of
Yeah.
what the council standard or whatever. But I think that, given that they've given us the exception power, we can grant exceptions to other of the standards. we can grant an exception to that. We don't have to have some cables to meet the spirit of the standard if we're not going to meet the spirit of the standard on the deck height or the whatever. You know what I mean? So I think fundamentally, we have the authority to make that exception. Whether we choose to or not, that's another question.
Does anyone want to make?
And by the way, I agree with Commissioner Camp's, this one fundamentally, I can support their requested exceptions. I just didn't want to, if we go down the road and are granting other people solid barrier, that he's writing a check to swap out to that if no one else had to. That was the only point I was bringing up.
The only reason I support this, the thing is they're taking the whole thing down and they're reconstructing.
Okay.
That's why I don't really follow you. I don't
Got it.
think we need to do what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay? So do I have a consensus from everybody that we support this as applicant requests? All right. Someone want to make a motion? We
Make a
do.
motion.
Okay. Commissioner Washington. What's your motion?
Oh,
I thought you said you wanted to make a
sorry,
motion.
Yeah, I did say that. That we go on and approve staff's recommendation as it's written.
Can,
Want me to read it?
yes,
All right, hold
we need to go into I'd like, if you could read the actual staff recommendation into the record, please.
Pages.
on. I'm getting there.
It's on page 4. Let me, while Commissioner Washington is looking that up, let me just poll my colleagues. Does everybody here feel comfortable that they can make the findings that this parklet permit is consistent with the general plan and the policies regarding outdoor dining and pedestrian and bike safety and beneficial commercial uses? Does everyone agree, make those findings? Okay.
It's on page 4.
Yeah, page 4.
Page 4 or page 7? Oh. The recommendations are on 7.
They wrote it out.
7.
Page 7?
Oh, page 7?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Okay, so I make a motion that, let's see, that we approve this one based off staff's recommendation, determine that the project is category exempt from further environmental review and CEQA pursuant of CEQA guidelines 15301, 15302, 15305, and 15311, and note that none of the exceptions to the exceptions apply. Adopt the resolution of PC 26-018 through PC 26024 approving the parklet dining permit subject to the attachment conditions of approval. And the attachments are listed as, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, because
Just the first
I'm just gonna do the
one.
first one, okay?
Just PC
Just the first one, 'cause we're doing every individual.
26018.
So resolution number PC 26-018, Exhibit A, conditions of approval for Taqueria Luna?
Correct.
Okay.
Congratulations on your first motion. Way to go.
I didn't know I was doing that.
And
I'll
was
second it.
Seconded, okay. Seconded by, so we have a motion from Commissioner Washington, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. Is there any other discussion to approve the staff recommendations and the motion? If there's no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. All right.
Chair, and while the applicant's still here, just noting the 10-day appeal period for the application.
I'm hearing whispers that we'd like to take a 5-minute break, so we'll just be in recess for 5 minutes.
Well, they should just improve your umbrellas. Ratings are supposed to, that's health and safety. It's health and safety. It creates a barrier, but yet you can see it. Well, it's so, I'm so sorry that you're not that changes. I'm so sorry that, now I'm seeing, that's all I see. Here's my past, it's crazy. But the 4th of July, it's crazy. I won't even go down this stuff.
People are just too crazy.
They're all from out of town.
Yeah.
They're all crazy.
And they're crazy.
They're crazy. You get off that train.
Yeah.
Well, I want to get on the train. I'm going to get on the train in San Juan. When it stops in San Clemente, I'm going to say, welcome to Oceanside, San Clemente.
Get on there and confuse everyone.
Is that okay?
Yeah. And then we have the ocean event.
That's this weekend.
I think I have 8 in.
That's the theme, and I'm keeping them 8-inch bowls, I'm keeping them trimmed. My husband's been out of all free, but I cut one side square so that you could have plates and stuff. Yeah, and now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Like, it's so
So anyway, yeah, it's just.
Josie was in charge for a while.
No, but there was no car show this
Yeah.
year.
Had they switched it to September? We're like, we used to teach June. Yeah, then they went to 9/11.
Yes.
It's always been.
I think it lost a little bit of its flair after they started doing
Now that I know. Keep me on track. Cool? Planning Commission is back in order, back in business, so if the meeting could please come back to order. Thank you. Let me just take a minute here to get to our next permit. Okay, so we are continuing with our public hearing on parklet dining permit applications, and this is our review of batch one. We're on our second application. This is for Katarina's, which is at 614 Avenida Victoria. And I'm going to open the public hearing. And I want to just confirm all our disclosures still remain. Okay. With that, I'm going to ask Lexi to go ahead and give us the overview for what Katarina's requesting deviations of.
Yes, thank you. Katarina's is proposing 4 parklet deviations, the first one being the barrier materials. They're proposing a black metal barrier, and that barrier height is 33 inches instead of the 36. Their furniture is blue woven, and I'm gonna mispronounce this, Acapulco chairs, and stainless steel bistro tables with black accents. And then their shade and heat, the 6 pink umbrellas, which are under 7 feet tall, so that portion does comply. We're mainly looking at the color for these umbrellas. The standards are requesting red, white, blue, and green. Here is Katarina's site plan. It's important to note that this parklet in particular is not taking up parking spaces. We are still trying to have conversations with engineering about doing a recoloring of the curb. So the dimensions of it would be consistent with 2 parallel parking spaces, but there are no actual parking spaces here. There is still primary access on both sides for the public, so it does not impede anything that would involve that. And then some existing photos here on the left, and then on the right. And I'm available for questions. And I believe
Questions?
applicants are here as well.
Yes, I've got her
Yes.
card right here. I'd like to call up the applicant unless there's any questions on this one. Okay, great. We do have, yes, Commissioner Camp has a question for you, Lexi.
Sure.
Does the 33 inches, does that meet code?
So ABC requires 36 for their compliance if there are alcoholic beverages served. I do believe you guys have alcohol beverages served there, so that would be something to consider as a part of your recommendation.
It's not a safety code. When a guardrail code for building and planning, also safety would kick in, is if you have a 30-inch fall from the surface of the deck downward, you need a railing. Planning or building wouldn't really require any guardrail at all. You could just have a flat surface with no railing.
Can you go back just to the picture of it?
Yes.
This is really street level. It's just a barrier to keep,
It's about the height of the curb, if not exactly the height of the curb.
yeah. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Katarina Mashburn, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
You bet. Share with us what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I am hoping this is easy as well. I was unaware about the 33 inches until it did come back that way. It is something we could change. We could raise it to 36 if that's really something that you guys need to have. When we first designed the deck, our goal was to make sure that we could just see everything and that everybody could see everything and not block the ocean, the pier. So we just wanted people to just be able to walk out and still see everything that you would normally see without blocking anything. And that's why we like I guess can we go back one? What are the 4 things we're discussing? The black metal. So right now, when you look at the picture, we tried to pick a material where you wouldn't notice it. And I feel like we achieved that. And it's been 6 years we've had the deck now. And we would like to keep it that way for that reason. Everybody likes it. They like the airflow. They like the ocean breeze coming through. So yeah, that's the reason why we'd like to keep it the way it is. As far as the furniture goes, it has been the same. Our deck is a lot smaller than most of the decks that are here tonight. It's really difficult to I think what you guys proposed or what the council proposed, big wood pieces of furniture, and they just won't really all fit in that tiny space. It's only 5 feet deep. Plus the wood at the ocean it just falls apart. Like, I mean, anything that we have wood, anything around there, it rots within like 6 months. So we tried to really pick the blue to match the tile that Michael Luna put on the building, the ocean, and just to keep it very beachy. And we thought we achieved that, so we'd like to keep it. It's also quite weather resistant and comfortable, so. What was the last
The
thing?
pink umbrellas.
Oh.
Your signature pink umbrellas.
Well, our logo has been pink since 1990. I don't know if you guys have known, we've been around that long, and that's why we chose pink. And we thought we did it in good taste, and it doesn't conflict with the building. I thought it enhanced the building a lot, so that's why we'd like to keep it. It's with our, our style.
It's your signature
Yeah.
pink umbrellas.
And has been painted and has been photographed, and people do love them, so on that note, we love them.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing your request.
And I don't think we addressed the curb tonight. That's not part of this, right? Yeah, that's a different,
No.
yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Just hang out there for a sec. Any questions? We'll start with Commissioner Washington while for Ms. Mashburn. Any questions on her application?
I do not have questions for her.
Commissioner Camp?
Nope.
Scott? Brett? For our applicant, any questions?
If you decide to raise that, the barrier, the fence, how would you do that?
Well, it's interesting, when we first put it out during COVID, it went out further, our deck did, and I think it was the second guideline that we had to cut it back out of the street because they were too deep. So when we did cut it back, they wanted the railing to be inserted into the deck. So it's actually still the same street barrier, but it's incorporated into the deck. It could be raised up underneath through the deck. We could do it. It would take a little bit of stuff, but we could do it. I mean, if it really needs to be 36.
Okay.
Was that the measurement you took, Lexi, or was that the measurement I sent you? And maybe we
That's
should.
what I received.
Okay, so maybe we should also double check that is actually, maybe it was measured wrong, maybe it is 36. I know it's not more than 36, we didn't want a high railing out there.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Anybody? Last call. Any other thoughts that you want to share?
I don't
You're,
think
you're,
so.
you're happy with your configuration, it's working for you?
Really love it, everybody
You love
loves
it, your customers love it?
Love it,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Any concerns or issues other than these?
I don't think so.
How about the cleaning? Do you guys do the cleaning underneath? How does that?
Yes, we have a really strict cleaning schedule. Like our employees, they clean out there every day as far as like picking, just because we're in a lot of near storm drains and a lot of sand.
Yeah,
So our employees every day are with, hand pickers, picking stuff out of the edges. And then quarterly, we take up the first 2 planks next to the curb and actually clean it out
Okay.
completely
okay,
to make sure, and that's just hand picked out into the garbage can,
Okay.
big cans.
great,
Yeah.
great. That's good to hear.
Yeah, so we're really, really on top of that.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Well, very good. Thank you so much.
You guys.
I hear no other questions, so.
Thank you.
I have no public comments for Katarina's application. Going once, going twice, okay. Is there any last questions of staff on this one? Close the public hearing. I'm in support of this application. I think it's very straightforward. That's my opinion. Commissioner Washington, what's yours?
I concur, and if it is 33 inches, I'm like, leave it as
Fine.
is, yeah.
Commissioner Camp?
I'm fine.
Commissioner McCann? Commissioner Griffin and Freeman? All right. Whose turn is it now to make the motion?
Page 7.
Patrick, do you want to make it? No? We gotta scroll, I gotta scroll back.
What piece, what?
It's back down to page 7.
It's PC 26-019.
Yes. We just gotta scroll back to find it. You got it? Okay, Commissioner McCann will make our motion.
I move we determine the project is category exempt per the listed secret sections, and that we adopt resolution PC 26-019, approving the parklet design permit for this project, subject to the conditions of approval.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Camp. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. So when our meeting minutes are approved at the next city council meeting, you're good to go. Thank you for your great establishment in San Clemente and being here tonight. We appreciate you. Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing for our next application, which is application 26-232 for Pronto, which is at 221 Avenida Del Mar. Lexi, your review, please.
Yes, so I was presented two different options, and Adriano is here so he can expand on that as much as he'd like. Option 1 is their preferred option, as I understand it, and option 2 was if we aren't able to do what we'd like, then this is this is what we would move towards. So there are 11 proposed deviations for option 1. The buffer zone would remain at 4 feet, which was the original approval under the guidelines. They don't have any clear space below the deck. The deck surface would be 14.5 inches above the ground on certain portions of the slope. The dining deck is not fully squared off on both sides. The plants are geraniums. The barrier materials are green and white wooden railings. The barrier height is the original 42 inches. The furniture, brown wooden tables and white plastic chairs. Plastic is a prohibited material for the furniture. I would like to note that. There is no golf cart and bike parking. The dining deck would be larger than a portion of 3 spaces. That's that 2-space requirement that we were talking about earlier. And the shade and heat. 3 heaters at 7.5 feet tall, it should be 7, and 3 to 4 green, red, and white umbrellas at 7.5 feet tall, which the height is the portion that we're concerned about this. Option 2 omits some of those deviations. They would like to square off the dining deck, and they will provide still geraniums, the 14.5 inches above the deck, and they will provide golf cart and bike parking in this proposal. Here are the 2 site plans. So option 1 is what's currently there existing, that's their square footage and their orientation. Option 2 is what they would move towards if they were denied the deviations of option 1. I would like to note, we will be hearing Bluestone after them. There is a requirement for 2 parklets next to each other that are not connected to have a 3-space parking space requirement of separation between them. So that is something to note here, that would be a deviation for this one and also for Bluestone if you chose to keep both of these parklets the same. And then there are photos of their current parklet. And I'm available for any questions.
Questions of staff before we hear from, is it Mr. Piazza?
Yes. Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
I have a quick question.
Just want to make sure, okay, sure. Commissioner Griffin, question for
The
staff.
photograph lower right is the white one, the next application?
That is Bluestone, yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Piazza, you are on the clock, as it so to speak.
Let's do it. Okay.
Welcome, sir.
Hi.
Good to see
Thank
you.
you so much. Good to see you. Okay, so first thing, the railing. We are in front of, like, we own the building, and it's us, the restaurant. The next there is our market, and we run both places. So as far as allowing people to see, we would like to keep the current wooden railing because people like it because there's privacy and also because of the wind. It's a little bit less, it's kind of gets windy up the street. Kind of keeps it a little bit like, less windy when you're eating. And we're not really blocking anybody. Also, one thing we're concerned about is kids climb the metal, how you call it, the wires. That was my experience in a restaurant where I worked, that kids will climb the wires. So that's about that. And then about the cleaning, we don't have an opening for the. I'm just going in kind of mental order, but if you guys have questions, let me know.
You do you, that's fine.
So yes, thank you so much. You're the best. The opening thing, we don't have an opening, but we get periodically like a guy that comes and sprays the restaurant, and I had him check out underneath. He said there's nothing in there. There's like dust and like some piece of wood and whatnot, but there's not really any pests because it is completely sealed. Like there is no way, it is completely sealed. Like there is nothing there. There's maybe like this much, like a 16th of an inch that allows the water to get out. But there is really no animals underneath, no pests, no rats, roaches, or anything like that. The surface, unfortunately, we have to be at 14.5 inches. I think that you guys want to be at 12. It's just too steep. Like otherwise, we're like at 14.5 inches, we're perfectly level with the street, because we're kind of towards the end of the bar and it kind of slopes down. I think it's the same thing as like Taqueria Luna and all that. Just kind of hard to make it, go like that. The barrier height, it is 42 inches now. It wouldn't be. You guys want it to be 36 inches, I think. That wouldn't be like a huge issue for us to change that if necessary. But again, we don't block the view of anybody. And if we need to change so we bought all the chairs and tables, and as a small business, it is kind of tough for me to make the call of being like, okay, I'm gonna buy 24 chairs and all the tables because this is kind of a temporary thing, and we don't know if in 2028, 2029, if it's gonna go away.
It's 3 years.
3 years, yes. So it's kind of that's a lot of money to buy all this stuff. So trying to keep the cost down, if possible, to keep what we have. And then as far as the umbrellas, people hit their head when they are not tall enough, because they go like this. So we noticed that like with the height that we have now, people don't hit their head, but they are a little bit taller than like what you guys would like. And same thing with the heaters. The heaters are very tall. They're like they get to like here. I don't know how much that is. Like I think they're 8 foot tall or something like that. They get incredibly hot. We would really like to keep, like, if it was up to me, they would be even higher, because they make good heat, and we can use just a couple just for a good area. Otherwise, we have to have more if they are lower, because we don't catch as many tables. And also, people burn themselves. Like, there was a proposal to do like very low heaters. I can see kids like hitting them all day. Like, there's kids running around and all that, and adults that have they're a little drunk, which are kids again, and they will tend to hit them. So if we could just not do that, that would be awesome. And as far as the plants, we planted geraniums. My mom did it. They look good because they stay green year round. Sometimes they have more flowers, sometimes they have less flowers, but they look very good. Yeah, and we actually would like to do the fencing just green. I made a mistake, not green and white, just green. Because it's just the inside of the restaurant is green. Look, so our booth is green. It kind of looks consistent. Yeah. You have any questions? I can help.
Sure. You're done? Just want to
Yeah,
make sure
yeah,
that's.
I'm good. I cannot think of anything else.
Maybe. Just talk to us about the square off. Yes,
Oh, yeah,
no?
the squaring off.
Yes.
I mean, we would like to keep it as is because, again, we're not blocking anybody. And next to us, there is a 20-minute parking spot. And then next to it, there is a handicap parking spot. And then on the other side, there is a very tiny gap, probably like whatever that is.
4 feet.
4 feet? Is
Yes.
it? Yeah.
That's what the staff report says.
Okay, yeah, that. To the next patio. I don't really know how you guys want to do the fact that there is two patios well next to each other.
That's another deviation.
Yes, yes. You can put
We got
12
lots of them tonight.
Lots of deviation, love it, right? So I understand that like we might have to square it off. We can do that. The way that we're thinking of doing it, if we're going to square it off, would be kind of going, yeah, like that. Which basically is, if you go in the picture before, it's here. It's like this. Kind of like that. Because basically, we will lose like the kind of like corner part
Yeah.
on there, yeah.
Did you, just regarding the buffer zone, did you approach your neighbor and say, did anyone talk with, did you two neighbors talk and say, hey, would you like to combine?
Yes.
How'd that go?
It did not. I mean, they agree with it, but then they decide to not go forward with it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we have to resubmit the application like the day before the end of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, because we were supposed to do that because it was kind of making sense. Because we don't, because like this we waste space because there is the gap in between, and we can just make one slightly bigger one. But they decided because also they close at 3 or something like that, and we open at 4:30, so it will really work out. But they decided to not do it. So
But you're open to it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So you're open to it either way, like you would use theirs or they would use yours?
In what way? Sorry, like we were thinking of like combining them.
Well, since you operate at different hours, potentially you could just share one, right? And take one down and return the parking.
Yes and no. Yeah. Because
Is that a tough question? Am I
it
putting
is
you
a
on the
tough question.
spot?
Okay, it is a tough question. I thought what I'm thinking in my head is like, what if one day we want to start opening for lunch?
Uh-huh.
We wouldn't be able to do that. That's like the first thing I'm thinking about right now. And then the second idea, like to me, the way it made sense was to combine them, make them like square both of them off, so you can do the space for the golf carts on one side and the bicycle on the other side. Combine them.
That's what you would favor.
That's what I would do, but then we had to change this plan. So now the way I'm seeing is, I don't think they want to do it that way. So the way I'm seeing is that we're just going to do our own things separately.
Okay.
Because they mentioned liability and, yeah.
Keeping things clean.
Questions for the applicant, Mr. Piazza. So Brett, do you have any questions for him, the operator?
Yeah, how many seats are you going to lose when or if you square it off?
Probably like 6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay.
6, 7, something like that. Yeah.
Any questions? Steve, any questions?
I don't see anything on,
Yeah.
I don't see anything on here about the umbrellas. And you sort of you have a fruit cocktail of umbrellas. I
What's that?
think some of those maybe are on your neighbors.
No, so mines are the one, they're all different.
Yeah.
The blue ones are next door. So we have the dark green, light green, the red, the Campari one.
We can turn the timer off.
Okay. So what are you
turn
proposing
off.
with the umbrellas? Just keeping those?
I like them.
Didn't we have a
And
guideline for consistent,
Yes.
one color?
Red, white, blue, and green was the consensus of colors.
But it's only one color per parklet.
Yes. It could
Okay.
be red, white, blue, or green.
So you're okay with that, one color?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Commissioner Washington, any questions?
If that's yeah, absolutely.
That's a nit, right?
If it's like, if it's a problem.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah, if it's all I have to do, I'll go change them right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to Lowe's right now to buy more.
Before you get home.
So earlier today something was mentioned about ADA and the city doesn't hold anybody responsible and all that. Your ADA, because I'm looking at this little ramp right here, that's not a trip hazard or anything like that, right?
No, it was just
looking
like the metal thing.
Right, right.
No,
yeah.
it is completely flat and it's bolted down.
Okay, I was just wondering if there was a raised lip on it, because some people drag their feet, and it was just for your protection. I wanted to throw that out there.
We have had it like this for a long time, and
Right.
it was already pretty solid. And now, after years of people stepping on it, it is completely flat on the ground.
Okay, let's see, option 2. You already answered the question of how many seats you would lose if you squared off, so I'm
Yeah,
good.
6 to 8 max we will lose, which it is kind of a lot of places because out of 24, it is
Okay, and then the barrier height, you said keeps the wind down when cars drive?
a lot. Also because people drive a little faster down to the 200 block rather than the 100 block. And also, like, I don't know, like I try to speak to as many customers as possible and ask questions. And like, there's ladies with skirts and they like it, the fact there is a barrier. It just feels more, you feel more like, I don't know, taken care of. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it feels more private.
Right. Thank you.
Of
Thank
course.
you. That's it for me. Right.
We do have a public comment on yours, so thank you. We'll call you back if we
Okay,
need you.
thank
Yep,
you.
You can take a rest. Thank you. Great job, by the way.
Thank you. I tried.
Yeah, no, you're awesome. You answered all our questions, and you're good. So public comment is Amanda Quintanilla. This is for Pronto, right?
Yes, for Pronto.
Okay,
And
great.
Thank you. Please leave that picture
You've got the
up.
floor.
Thank you, and I appreciate Commissioner Camp's comment regarding the umbrellas, and I'm glad that the applicant agrees to having one color, because it is distracting. I didn't realize that when it's like, oh my gosh, that's very colorful, but it should be uniform. I did want to compliment their geraniums, and it is nice and they're green. Just the one at the end needs a little bit more TLC, maybe some fertilizer there, nutrients. But it's my understanding that the chairs and tables are not in compliance with, was that plastic, I think? They're plastic, so I think it would be nicer to have something more uniform with what's the standards are. And I think that would be really pretty as far as changing the tables and the chairs and the umbrella, so it'll be a little bit more upscale. I think that would be really great. I know I've been almost run over on the upper section of Del Mar on the crosswalk by actually someone on an e-bike, and literally took one step. Luckily I did, because that e-bike just came right behind me. So they really do come down and go up really fast, but whether you're up and down, people in the morning want to get rushing to work in that, so it might be a little bit different in the afternoon or the evening when they open at 4:30. And as far as the breeze, I didn't really know that there was a breeze going through there. However, I think that it does need a little bit more TLC as far as the umbrellas and the tables and the chairs to raise it up a little bit. And I don't know if those green columns, I don't know what the purpose of that is. Those are gone. Oh, they're gone? Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, because it is distracting, because you don't know whether they're heaters or whatever, but I didn't know what they were. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. And even with the barn comment of the other ones, I think with the painted in green, because of the plants, it kind of takes it's not so in your face that it's not a barn look. I think the green kind of helps with that. But anyways, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your continued comments. I want to ask my colleagues for a quick sidebar. We have this application, and it's going to be followed by let's see here, the Bluestone.
Yeah.
They're neighboring, that we've got the 4-foot. Any interest in bringing that person up now and talking about the combining? Any interest in that? Yes? Good?
That's a good move.
We're good with that? Okay. And while we're doing that, Mr. Piazza, will you think about the plastic chairs, maybe getting rid of those? Will you think about that?
Yes, that's good.
Okay. Who is the representative?
I have a
Blue-
question. Do I need to change also the tables? Tables are dark wood.
Let me,
Talk about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you mind just chatting with us informally?
Absolutely. Good evening. My name's Kento, and I had the same exact idea. I was hoping you would ask me to speak right after because.
Well, we're still on the clock for him.
Yes.
But because there is potential for combining, I would prefer we not talk to you about yours per se. I don't want to go through your whole application, just the opportunity of combining.
Yes.
Talk to us. Yeah.
What do you mean by combining? Removing having one big mega parklet?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't necessarily be mega, but it would be combining, and then, so ultimately, between the two of them, we'll get some parking back.
And the reason for that is because there's supposed to be 3 spaces.
In between.
Separate ones, and they're only proposing 4 feet.
And they have different hours too.
So it becomes like a dead zone.
You know where we're going with this. What are
I
your
do.
thoughts?
I do. So when Bluestone Lane, we had spoken to Pronto's. Our idea was to build a bridge in between and be able to have a shared parklet and be able to use theirs during our operating hours and vice versa. We currently close at 4 p.m. They open at 4:30. So in an ideal world, that worked perfectly. It's like, oh, well, like, why not just double the occupancy in a perfect world? We didn't quite think the route you're going with. However, beknownst to you, San Clemente is our lowest grossing unit out of 60 of our locations. And when it comes to liability and just thinking worst case scenario, it's not worth the squeeze for us. It's not. And I think from a litigious standpoint, from liability, if something happens, someone slips and falls and it's seriously hurt, there is a bit of a gray area of, okay, they were using our parklet at that given time, who's responsible? And it could get a little messy. We just didn't want to go that route.
Okay, so you're open to the idea, but because of the perceived liability question, you just aren't wanting to take a risk.
Correct. After we've considered legal advice, that was the direction we went.
I see. Is that something that makes sense to you guys, or how does that, from your perspective, the liability work? How does that, I mean,
You can think about it for 10 seconds. I'll just say the way that we wrote the standards and the code is that the liability is on the operator, even though it's on city property. The city obviously also wanted to absolve ourselves of full liability, and we wrote into the contract that the operator of such parklets in the contract runs the risk.
okay.
And we didn't, when we initially wrote these contracts, have a thinking that they would be shared. That came up more recently.
Okay. Is there a way, so I'm just thinking out of the box, trying to be a problem solver, get some parking back, save some money maybe. Mr. Piazza, if we were, since you own the store frontage and you're, occupying, your front, if we were to use yours as the primary and just maybe expand it out a little bit so they could have, it'd be bigger and they could use it. If you took 100% liability, is that even a question that could be done or not? Because you're not operating during the hours, I guess, that they're there, right? Okay.
Can I make a
Yep.
suggestion, which may be a dumb one, but.
Mike.
So sorry.
Yeah.
The issue here is, that sort of dead zone, I guess, between them. So we want it to be, at least the perception
Yeah.
is that it's one parklet instead of 2. Is there a possibility that there could be a barrier between each side, and they still are connected around the edge. And that then, we go with the smaller configuration. I mean, you would have to,
Someone has to move.
yeah, maybe you share the cost of that. I don't know. Because that's going to be, I think, I don't know about the rest of you, but that's going to be one of my biggest concerns with this deviation, is that we don't have those three spaces, the three parking spaces between. But that would be a way to solve it and not have the liability.
I'm not sure how you could move one.
If I could share
Yeah.
some context. So, the parklets, as we know, can occupy a portion of 3 angle-in spaces. We have written into the code that they could be combined to take over no more than 5 consecutive spaces total. So that would be potentially, in this case, chopping off certain portions of both to make one mega parklet of 5 compliant spaces, but that would omit that requirement if they're combined together to have a 3-space requirement in the middle, which I think is where you're going with that.
Yeah, I mean, they're asking for a lot of deviations, so. Anyway,
Are we talking about, there's a gap between the two rails, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about moving one to the other, or one to the other, or moving them both halfway? Still have a railing between the two,
right,
right? And I think if we did something like that, they ought to be consistent color.
yes, I agree.
Can you move
I mean-
one, you think, Scott? You're the construction
Well,
guy.
you could build, I mean, there's got to be a new deck built between the two.
Wouldn't, I mean, what kind of a project would that be to do that?
It's a small project relative to, compared to building the whole thing. It's,
You
it's
think
just
it would
extending
be-
out a couple feet.
And then chop it off on one end?
Well, you could, I don't know that it would be fair, but you could just have one guy move to the other guy's railing, or
Yeah.
or vice versa, or make them both move half the distance, which is less efficient, cost-wise, right? But the fundamental cost of filling in that gap is not significant, given all the additional seating they get, given the cost of the parklet in the first place, whatever. But I definitely think that if we do that, we should try and shrink it to 5 spaces, and we should have the color consistent. The side railings are generally consistent right now.
Yeah, so what Lexi was suggesting is that they would both have to get smaller, right?
Per the standards,
On the
yes,
outsides.
no more than 5. So that would have to be amended in some
Pronto's is
capacity.
requesting a deviation to a larger deck anyway, right?
Both are requesting to remain the same, which is larger generally.
They
Size
also,
compared to the current standards.
they also, provided an option, which means they were thinking, might be asking for too much here.
Well, they didn't, their option didn't give back a parking space, it just satisfied the squared-off requirement. It created some bike parking, basically, but it didn't cough up a parking space.
Oh,
How many,
oh, so it still takes 3.
if we were to make it, how many parking spaces, Lexi, would we get if somehow we got the two into one?
1 total parklet per the standards, you would gain back 3.
3 parking spots?
Yes, if you only allowed them to have 1 compliant parklet per all the standards, that would be
Oh,
3
you mean that's one that's
spaces gained.
3 spaces wide, but if it
Is that
were,
what you're asking?
if it were 5,
So one parking space.
okay.
Yeah.
Actually, if you connected them and you squared it off, then you would be reducing the footprint.
Yeah.
You'd have to push Bluestone over closer to the squared off Pronto. That's how that would work. But then I think you might meet how many was it total? 3.5?
3.
No, 3 for each.
3 for each, yes.
Right. So then you could, if you squared it off and connected them, that would work, even if you had a barrier between the two.
I mean, we're
We've
basically.
gone with his option too.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we're capturing 4 feet. That doesn't,
Can I make a suggestion?
yeah.
We could have staff try and work with these 2 applicants and bring them back to batch number 2. with if there's a modification in there that, helps.
Yeah.
It's just not there.
I just, can we do, what do we think the cost burden though would be to reconfigure these in that way? That's the number one issue, why they want to keep it the same is they don't want to put the cash into it. So I want to make sure we're not overburdening them with an expense that, well, maybe the city benefits with getting one more parking space, which would be nice. I don't want to do it at an unfair expense to the business.
Yeah, but they're already willing to square it off. That's why they provided that as an option too.
Can I
Yeah, you're the,
chime in here?
yeah,
Not to jump
you're the
ahead.
civil engineer.
Not to jump ahead to Bluestone, but if you look at Bluestone's, they're currently touching 4 parking spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're 375 feet. Pronto was like 321, and if they do the square off, it's like 268. So, I mean, I don't have everything in front of me, but if you squared off Pronto and you whacked this guy back, shrinking him to a similar size and gain back that parking space, that seems like to me the more equitable thing. Plus, this Bluestone guy is in front of this adjacent tenant, which isn't his, so you're also opening that up.
Yeah.
In front of that guy. But again, I don't want to be designing from the dais, and maybe staff could work with these two applicants and bring it back on the next batch thing.
But we need to give them good direction.
Yeah, and I don't want to set them up for.
I think it's a good idea.
I do too. I just don't want to set them up for a big expense that it wastes time.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other deviations that we're
Yeah.
going to potentially allow.
Commissioner Freeman, question?
So, quick question, how do you prevent somebody from Pronto utilizing your outlet when you're not there?
How do we prevent Pronto from utilizing our parkway?
Yeah,
I can't answer that question.
Go ahead.
We are, like, we have to serve, like, we wouldn't give you the food. Like, if you sit there, I'll be like, you cannot sit there. Like,
There's trust between both established neighbors, and we've had no problem with it prior in the past at all.
we have people that ask us to use their patio, and we just tell them, like, no.
Right.
so you don't physically close it off or put
We
objects in front?
we do close off the entrance of the patio every single day.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Give us your feedback. Are you open to continuing this conversation with the staff to see if there is a way to shrink, move together? Yes, there will be some expense. We understand that, and we're sensitive to it. But are you open to the idea of meeting the two of you with staff to see if we could get a parking space back on Del Mar, if you did that?
I think I would first like to address a couple of the points that I had prior to be able to get a full scope of the picture here. That way you all have a good understanding of
Go
what
for
we're
it,
looking at.
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And we're still going to come back to you, but I want to make sure in order to take an action on you, and you have the neighbor, we need the big picture, yeah.
Great. So my name's Kento. I'm with Bluestone Lane.
Yeah, we're going to put you on a timer, so it's not
Perfect.
going on forever. Okay.
Thank you. And it's my opinion that we do have the best looking patio in San Clemente. When looking at the patios, my thinking is that it should be a image best representing San Clemente, and I think our patio does exactly that. It represents a beach chic kind of vibe. And when going up and down Del Mar, down the street, I think Bluestone Lane does a great job of representing that. In the blue, the white, not only that, we have custom umbrellas with our branding on it, and they are the best quality you can get. Prior to city council or planning coming with these new design standards, we had actually restained the entire patio and painted it. So it was kind of nice to see that maybe we were one step ahead, and or that our thinking was aligned. We want the parklets to be a really good representation. Not only that, we're in the peak of the tourist season, right? Like, if there's any street that's going to be a good representation of San Clemente, it is Del Mar. let's see here. Since the design standards have come out, we have removed the planter boxes on the railing. We've also cut the posts. My ask here, well, our ask is essentially to keep the patios the same the way they are. However, most importantly, what's neighboring with Pronto's is that on each end, we keep the configurations where they are because it allows for what the city's asking for. On the right side, closest to Pronto's, people generally use that for parking their bikes, their e-bikes, whatever, etc. On the left side, closest to Bluestone Lane in front of Forever French, most people park their golf carts. I mean, literally in the picture, you can see someone parked their golf cart. I think the configuration is perfect. I think you have the two best looking patios exactly where they are, where you would want them. I don't see why you would change them to begin with. However, we are open to doing whatever the city is asking us to do.
Yeah, that's perfect, thanks. And we're going to have you come back.
Great.
And I think that's good for now.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Don't go anywhere, though. Your item's next. All right, gentlemen, what's the pleasure of the commission on this one?
Sounds like we need to outline what we want staff to do and meet with them. We gotta lay it out.
You in favor of that?
I think, I feel that we don't wanna rush this, especially what you said.
Yeah.
Money's involved and all that, that it needs to be well thought out and
Okay.
discussed.
So you're in favor of seeing that come back?
I am, yeah.
What about you, Steve?
Yeah, I am too. I agree, they're both very nice, looking, other than the umbrellas. But it's just a huge area, and Bluestone is right in front of the adjacent tenant.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we're trying to be fair on Del Mar. We should consider that if he does move it over, he could gain some space there and not necessarily block.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we should have staff.
Okay, and
Yeah, I agree. I think that combined, they're taking up 7 spaces, parking spaces. And it sounds like the standard is for 5.
maybe not
We've inspected it and it's 6.
6, okay.
It's a little deceiving from the photos, but it is 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Patrick, are you in favor of continuing it? Okay, Brett. Okay. Look, I think it's the consensus of the commission. We would at least like for you guys to have a conversation about it, just to see the possibility of what it would look like if you guys were to push them together somehow, netting out at least one parking space to optimize it. But hear us, we do not want to unfairly burden you with cost. We want to make sure that the effort is worth it. So if you're willing to allow us to continue, both of you, if staff is, Zach, can we do that? Are you going to be okay with that?
The staff recommendations to approve them as proposed.
As is?
Staff thinks they're attractive, they're off by 1 space. It's going to be a challenge to get them to agree. It's going to be a challenge to administer. It's going to cost a lot of money.
Okay.
We will meet with them once, twice, 3 times at their parklet. I don't know if we're going to achieve success.
Can
Yeah.
I point something out? According to this staff report, Bluestone has a significant amount of money out in late fees owed to the city. I don't know what that's about, but I just want to raise it. It's
Okay.
something that I'm sure the city is concerned about.
Another comment, Taqueria Luna, they're tearing their whole thing down
Yeah.
and completely redoing it. So there's some precedent here on Del Mar for having to spend a little bit of money,
Yeah.
because it's still going to be there for 3 more years at least, could extend beyond that. And that gap is just, that's completely in opposition to what we're trying to do here. So.
Can you make peace with that, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, from a planning perspective, I agree with you, and staff pushed that pretty hard when we met with them the first time. We thought that the planning commission and the council would strictly apply all standards, and they should get down to 5 spaces. I'm just saying it's going to be a challenge, and if they're hearing advice that, try your best, we'll try our best.
We have a lot of
I'd like
I
a
don't
little
want to
bit.
waste your time. If you tried it before and you don't think that you can get.
Right here, right?
Yeah.
I think if you give us some pretty clear guidance, staff will go out there and we'll measure and we'll get it down to 5 spaces combined with a guardrail in between the
I
two.
think I think that is the consensus, and we'd like to at least see what it looks like, see what the options are, let the applicant make their case what the cost might be and all of that, and we'll weigh it.
Yeah.
And maybe if there are some outstanding fees, we can understand that too, and that could be maybe a factor.
One other factor is they would both save money by shrinking the parklets because now they'll be charged on a per square foot basis. I think both of these parklets in the past have been paying a flat rate and they've benefited from being a little larger than some other parklets.
I just think there's enough, what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that there's enough benefit to at least examine it because it is another 3 years. So are you guys willing to really take an open, unminded assessment on whether, what that alternative would at least look like? Are you guys open-minded to that? Are you willing to meet with the staff with an open mind on it?
I'm open to it, but just like we already had all this conversation. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
but-
to change, but.
Yeah, but we've seen the other deviations that you're looking for. And I think you can see where the consensus here is that we want you guys to work this out. You need to combine them and you need to reduce them. So staff will work with you, and I think at least one of the gentlemen said, we'll do what the city requires. And we're not doing this to add cost, but we're doing it to improve and allow these other deviations.
I'm absolutely open to the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I think the goal is to come back with a combined plan just to see what it looks like, assess the impact on you, assess the benefits to the community, and then revisit you at the next hearing with that option in front of us.
Okay, can we have like maybe a list of like, kind of like a guideline, like what we should do?
What I've heard from this commission is the key criteria is shrinking it from 6 parking spaces occupied now down to 5 and getting rid of that 4-foot buffer in the middle and just having a shared wall. You would still be individually liable for your own parklet. You would each have a separate agreement.
We're just doing, like, we're just squishing it together, right?
That's it.
And it stops blocking the view of the other business too on that one
So
corner.
basically, they have to move closer to us?
That's between, we're going to defer that to the conversation offline. And the other thing that I heard that I'll share, umbrellas,
Yeah.
the chairs, and,
Change the chairs, change umbrellas.
yes,
Okay.
yep.
I just want to add a couple points, just if you don't mind.
I need you to, if you don't mind, can you come up to the mic?
One, I think one of the biggest point here is the talk of our tenant, our next door neighbor. We've gotten both written statements, both from the owner and from the current GM, saying that they're both okay with it. So I am a little concerned to hear that this is currently a problem for us when it's not a problem for anyone else that currently has a parklet. And if it is, I have not heard it being discussed here tonight. Two, we are more than happy to take a look and to see what we can do. However, it will put financial hardship on our business. Compared to a business like Taqueria Luna, I don't know how long they've been here in San Clemente doing business for. We are just going on our 3 years. We are barely established in the city. We are earning trust with the locals. We are a nickel and dime business. Every cent goes a mile for us. So I would just ask that under advisement. However, again, Pronto's has been an amazing neighbor to us. We're happy to partner up any way we can, both with Pronto's and the city.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think this is outside our purview, but in the spirit of trying to make the community benefit, staff can maybe look at the fee structure, look at if there's any outstanding fees as a potential way the city could contribute to offsetting their costs, if that's possible. I know that's outside our lane, we're not the finance department, but if that's a tool that can help them achieve a community benefit, I would hope that you guys could look at that.
We will have a conversation with the city manager, who is authorized to give some financial incentives to all parklets in order to get them to be attractive and compliance by the end of September. The city
Okay.
council authorized that.
Thank you so much. And to my knowledge, we are currently up to date on all of our fees. I don't believe we have anything outstanding.
Okay.
Just to top it off, both Lexia and Zach, both yourselves have been amazing throughout this entire process. Thank you to the both of you.
Yeah. I just think am I hearing this right, guys? We just want to see the option.
Yes, I'm agreeable.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to point out that, what's before us tonight, like, other people are for asking a lot less exceptions, and they're smaller exceptions. And both of you guys are requesting exceptions on more than 50% of the items. So the scope of what you're asking the city to bend on is greater, and in some of our minds, it probably gives us more, justification to push back and say, hey, wait a minute, you guys are not in compliance with all these different things, and we have a problem with that. Like the comment was, the first one, hey, it's easy. They were asking for a few things, simple, boom, boom, boom. There's problems with the slope, but you guys are asking for a lot of stuff. And we also heard, maybe you weren't here when the gentleman spoke, about exposure to retail businesses. So Forever French might not have one, but citywide, there's concern about, blocking the view of the existing businesses.
I couldn't agree more, and I have an issue with waiving any fees whatsoever. That's not only not in our purview, but it's not right. So I'm not a fan of that.
Well, I thought I heard Scott say that they had some outstanding. It sounds like they
Right,
don't.
They do,
I
but that's their
understand,
problem.
but you're giving money away by offering to
Oh,
waive
I'm not doing
them.
it. I'm just saying that the staff should have that
Well,
conversation.
according to the staff report, there are thousands of dollars of fees, and there's a code compliance history with Bluestone. That's according to the staff report. I have no other information beyond that.
Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing on this.
Just one question.
Sure.
As of now, like tomorrow, for us, chairs, umbrellas. That's why I should change immediately.
No.
Don't change
You, can I speak?
Yeah, go for it.
What we collectively are telling you guys is both of you guys have a problem. Both of you guys are non-compliant. We want to try and help you get compliant. It's not going to be chairs and umbrellas only. You guys need to meet with staff and see if you can come up with a better solution that they think we will be happier with. That's what you need to do. And then you're going to come back probably, I'm guessing, maybe on August 5th.
Okay. So I'm gonna close the public
So
hearing.
Chair,
Yes.
Cosgrove, sorry. Don't close the public hearing because we're going to continue, it sounds like we're going to continue
Yes,
these.
you're right.
And B, we want to be specific that we are continuing PDP 26-232 and PDP 26-301 to August 5th. But after I've said that, I think we also might have some public comments.
Yeah, I'm just gonna open the public hearing on the Bluestone.
Okay.
And then we'll continue them as a separate out motion. So I was
Perfect.
gonna just do one motion on the Pronto, but you're right, since am I reading the room? Continue, so I won't close it, we'll do that motion, I'll open the Bluestone public hearing, we'll take the public comment, we'll touch base with the applicant, and then we'll probably do the same motion. Fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I won't close it. Whose turn now to make the continuation?
You can have that one.
Okay, I move that we continue the application for the Pronto Parklet, which is 26-232. You want a date certain? You're sure? August
Yeah,
5th?
we'd like a date certain of August 5th. If we don't make it, we'll do a new notice.
To the regular adjourned meeting of this Planning Commission of August the 5th, 2026. I need a second. Who seconded that? Patrick. Okay. Any discussion on the continuance? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's unanimously continued. I'm going to now open the next public hearing, which is for the Bluestone. And let me get to that guy. And is that 21? Yeah, or is that's 301? So that's the development permit, Parklet Development Permit 26-301, Parks, the Bluestone Lane Parklet at 223 Avenida Del Mar. And Lexi, did you want to just quickly hit the
Yeah,
high points on it?
Allow that public comment on the statements that you just made?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Can we not have public comment on the statements that were just made by Pronto and Bluestone?
You can certainly on the Bluestone, we're on it right now. Feel free to bring your card up. Yeah, you'll be called. It's not time for public comment yet.
Yes. Bluestone Lane is proposing 10 deviations. The first one, it is located directly in front of another business. Like Kento mentioned, we have received confirmation from the property owner and the tenant that they are okay with that. They will maintain a 4-foot buffer zone, will not provide any clear space below the deck. The deck surface will be 13 inches above the ground instead of 12. The plants are a variety listed here. Barrier materials wood, white wood with a stained brown floor. Barrier height 42 inches tall. Furniture white and off-white tables with white and blue chairs. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces, and the shade and heat umbrellas are 7 to 9 feet tall. Here is their proposed site plan. And then here are some photos. There we go. And I'm available for questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think, yeah. So, Mr. Kento, did you want to come up and just, this is your opportunity, it's your public hearing now. You've heard what we just did with the last one. It's your opportunity to make your comments now.
Perfect. I think one of the main points tonight that we've all touched on is community, it being a communal space. One thing out of anything that I've taken from these parklets is that my personal experience and reporting from staff, I've had people from different backgrounds, not knowing each other, sit down at these tables, connect. And I think connection is the forefront of humanity, right? We're connecting over food and beverage. And that in itself is a huge focal point down here in San Clemente. Like, we absolutely love the parklet program. We're willing to do whatever it takes to be able to partner up with our neighbors at Pronto's. Most of all, we're very happy for Zach and Alexia for partnering up with us as well. The deviations listed, we would definitely love to see happen. We've also sent over a detailed packet to Alexia as well. It's quite in length. We've listed out everything under the sun. But again, I do believe that the parklet looks fantastic. Yep.
Yeah, yes, and to both of you, we really do appreciate you guys running your excellent businesses on Del Mar and being great business members of our community. We do appreciate that, and we also recognize that we're working together now collaboratively through this process. So your support of that is appreciated as well.
If I can give.
Do you have anything other, do we have any questions for, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to give 2 points really quickly. I think I don't know where this belongs. It's just what I've seen. We also do business in some other beach areas in Southern California, one being Manhattan Beach. They have a very similar parking structure layout on their main street off of Manhattan Beach Boulevard. And what they've done is they've numbered each stall space and they've made a general kiosk, not parking meters, a general kiosk where everyone goes to and they just pay. Right. So although I do think that this will alleviate immediately a parking space, 1 or 2, I do think there is a larger problem at hand as we see more and more tourism spike up in the city. I think there is a call for concern as to what systems are in place to be able to adhere to that. I will leave it at that.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks for your observation on that. Before we let you go, questions for him? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, thanks.
Yep,
We have a couple of public comments, so if you want to respond to those, give me the signal and I'll bring you back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
Yep.
And we'll do that before we take any action. So I do have one card. Tamara, do we have another card? Is that Chris? Did Chris say he wanted to speak?
It might already be in there.
Nope, I don't see it.
Well, you know he wants to speak, so you can call him.
It's here.
Oh, okay, thanks. So I have 2. So Amanda Quintanilla, you wanted to speak on Bluestone?
Yeah.
Okay, come on up. Chris wants to go first? Okay.
Yes.
My thoughts are just regarding Bluestone and Pronto. If we're trying to narrow things down to 2 spaces per business, and you've got 6.5, 7 spaces that you're dealing with, limit them both to 2 spaces each, then you've got your 3 spaces in the middle. Where's the math on this? 2, gap in the middle, 3 to be code, and then we're right where we're supposed to be. All this gap in the middle and let's join them all together. They're corporate, they're not going to allow the liability to cover somebody else. So that's a moot point. That's not going to be approved. They're going to go back, come on the 5th and tell you the same thing. They're corporate, they're not going to cover somebody else's insurance. But if you want the spaces, and we, as retailers and public service on Delmar, we want the spaces, 2, 3 gap in the middle, problem solved.
But there's not that many spaces.
So you're taking up 6.5 or 6 spaces, right?
6 spaces, there's the
So if you have 2 and 2, then you.
Mr. Wood, thank you for your comments. Why don't you, we got it. We heard what you said. I think that's exactly the spirit of where we're trying to go with the last item. So thank you for coming forward with those point of view. Appreciate it. Amanda, did you want to also speak to this?
Yeah. I
Bluestone?
wanted Chris to speak first because I think he really raised some really good points there. I think, yeah, we need to really decrease the space because when you look at them both side by side, it's just just outdoor dining. You really need to limit that space incredibly. One of the things is that I think looking at this railing and then comparing it to Pronto's, yeah, it's a mismatch. I think that if you had that metal, that would be really great. But I know you're going to go back to the drawing board on that, and hopefully they'll come to an agreement with what they want to do. However, we want our parking spaces back. That was one of the main things that people had said, thinking about the store frontages, thinking about other businesses, other retail. It's not just the outdoor dining. I didn't realize that one of the businesses opens at 4:30. So for a whole 8 hours or more, it's empty. And so obviously the person owns the property, and and then the other person mentioned something that they have other restaurants, so you can afford that. And maybe this is the San Clemente's business is not doing as much, but you're getting income from the other ones, right? So this isn't where a situation where they're hurting, right? I really applaud the efforts of Commissioner Griffin saying that we shouldn't forgive anything. If there's been other places, other restaurants that didn't pay, they were in arrears. And unfortunately, I think it's my understanding, they're going to collections, hopefully, because they haven't been paying. So that is a concern. If you're not paying, then why do you have this, right? I think that they need to go shorter, or just 2 spaces, and that's it. Square it off, done. We need our parking spaces back. When you do it side by side versus individually, you really notice it's a big, huge row of dining areas. Anyways, thank you for your time. I did, kind of repeating myself, but yeah, and the styles of the plants there, and I guess they wanted one of the palm trees, and I think that was kind of off, and I don't understand why they would choose a palm tree. I think it wasn't on a list of what they wanted, what their demands were, but I think it was just too much of not uniform at all whatsoever. But thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your comments on that. Okay, so if there's nothing further, are we ready to move this to continuance?
Chair, the applicant does get a rebuttal since we did have public comments.
Okay, did you want to speak to that? Come on up. She's exactly right. You do have the opportunity to respond to that if you'd like.
Well, thank you to the both of you for your response, your opinion, your feedback. Most of all, thank you all for your consideration. I do think, yes, in an ideal world, it's black and white. Why don't we just square it off, boom, boom, done, right? Well, things weren't done in an ideal way from the get-go, so we're here trying to solve it and bring solution to the table, and for that, I'm grateful. And with that, I think what we should be looking at here is how can we bring the best solution to the table? When we're looking at the parklets, we should be considering how do we make San Clemente into a destination? How can we promote the city, right? And I do think limiting the patio from 300 to 200, or rather 3.5 spaces to 2 or 2.5, it brings down by about 30 to 35% decrease in size for us. So that's going from 24 seats to around 16 or less, right? That is a significant, decrease for us in sales. And when talking to Prontos and looking to partnering up with them, the question is that it's not a matter of if we have enough seats. Whenever it's peak time of operations, we don't have enough seats, right? It's not that we can't, we literally just lose the people and they go somewhere else, right? Now, whether they go down the street or to another neighboring city to go get dinner or lunch, that's beknownst to me. But what I do know is that we are operating in not only the best interest of Bluestone Lane, but also a representation of San Clemente. Now, when addressing concerns of how we do business or whatnot, I'm just being candid and transparent. This is our lowest grossing sales store. We are a nickel and dime business. Historically, food and beverage and hospitality is a very, very tough business to be in. So any expense given to us is crucial. Yep. Thank you so much.
No, thanks again. Appreciate you giving us your feedback, your response, and being here, and also cooperating with us. I will go ahead and move the Parklet Development Permit 26-301 for the Bluestone Lane to August 5th, the Planning Commission, adjourn Planning Commission for August 5th, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes unanimous. Thank you very much. Staff will be in touch with you guys.
That's what about-
Yes, they will be in touch with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. That's correct, Lexi, right? You will be their contact and,
Yes, I will facilitate a conversation.
okay, thanks. I'm trying to get to, is it docent? Is that the next one?
Yes.
Page 68.
Got it. Okay. I will open the public hearing for this next public hearing for the Parklet Dining Permit application for number 26-245. It's the Docent Brewing at 123 Avenida Del Mar. Lexi?
Yes, Docent proposes 10 deviations. The first one, the buffer zone remaining 4 feet. The deck surface will be 17 inches instead of the 12. The dining deck is not squared off on both sides. The plants are non-succulents. The barrier materials, this is kind of deceiving, but it's only brown stained wood, so they don't propose the cable. The barrier height is 37 inches, not 36. The furniture does have natural wood tables, but they provide orange stools. There is no golf cart and bike parking provided. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces, and the umbrellas are gray at 7 feet tall. Here is their proposed site plan, which is, they would like to remain as is. So this is what it looks like currently. Based on these photos, this is the current state of their parklet, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Griffin?
Thank you. Hoping to get some clarification on the fees, and I know you're not finance department, I get it, but for example, when it says there are invoices from 4/1 to 6/30 of '26, is the invoice issued on 4/1 or 6/30?
Yeah.
Or in between?
Yeah, so we've candidly had some issues with sending these out on time in the mix of all the updates that we were doing.
Okay.
They need to pay by a 30-day period.
Okay.
These are here because they have not done that. Generally speaking, the invoice is sent out after the fact, not prior. So it would be sent out on 6/30 and not 4/1.
Although the council direction was going forward to send them out monthly at the beginning of the month, in the past it had been quarterly and it had extended and then everybody was late.
Totally get it, and I'm not concerned. I just wanted to better understand when we're saying they're late. Technically, based on this, they might not be late for the 6/30 one because they have till 7/31 to pay that. technically?
I believe
Haven't got it yet.
these were sent around 6:15.
Okay,
So
thank you.
yeah.
That's good.
Yes.
But in this case, we also have invoices outstanding from the first quarter of the year also.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner McCann?
The invoices are based on the square footage of their deck, correct? Or their parklet?
It's a flat fee, so this is what we moved away from. There was a standard fee issued for the regular three-space parklet on Del Mar, and that's what their fee rate is. I believe it's 1,540 in that area. There was some mismatching of fees based on the 6 years of the program's existence.
Okay.
And our focus is to move that towards just the square footage of the dining deck like you're talking about to remain consistent.
Thank you.
Going forward, it's $4 a square foot, and some are proposed to be bigger than others, so some of their fees are probably going to go up, and some of their fees are going to go down, and we'll have to explain it's based on the actual square footage.
Questions for Lexi?
Yes. The diagram I see is not really in context, other than it just shows the storefront. I'm assuming you don't have a plan view that shows how many stalls are affected here?
No, they are standard. They are taking up only 3. They're not taking up more than that.
Okay. So,
I don't have a site plan, if that's what you're asking, that would show those parking
yeah, I
stalls.
figured you didn't.
Yeah.
It would be it's always helpful.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the stalls are approximately where the diagonals are, but with a 2-foot buffer for car doors. So where the one diagonal is, that's the dangerous parking space where it's scary to back out. And then where the smaller diagonal is, that one's a little safer because you have a pot and a golf cart behind you. But we've been out there and they take up a total of 3.
3 spots?
Yeah.
What's the buffer zone of 4 feet? What is that comment?
That's for the planters towards the front area of the back area of the parklet facing Del Mar. That area is supposed to be 4 feet to accommodate the planters and provide a safety measure between the deck and the cars.
And so what is this, you're saying they're out too far?
We've reduced it to 3 feet. So they essentially are losing a foot. So we modified the standards to accommodate more of a deck towards Avenida Del Mar.
So they're encroaching by 1 foot?
Oh, they're giving an extra.
They're giving an extra foot, yes.
Why is it in red then? Sorry.
Because the standard says you should have 3, so that's technically a
Wouldn't
deviation.
3 be a minimum?
3 was the hard set number.
Oh, that's weird.
Okay, so they're exceeding it.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not an issue.
Good thing.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't be worried about that one.
It should be blue or green.
Noted.
Did you have questions for Lexi? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the applicant up. Is the applicant here for Docent?
I don't see him.
Because I don't have a card for the
I
applicant.
don't believe he's present then. It would be Brian Hendon if he's here. Then no.
All right, I have one public comment on Docent from Amanda Quintanilla. Did you still want to speak on it?
Yeah, I was asked to, yes.
Okay, come on up.
Can you go back to my PowerPoint presentation on that one picture? Okay. Yay.
Which one?
4. So the next one, oh, there it is. So, yes, I wanted to call attention again to the plants, and the applicant isn't here, which brings me back to what I'm seeing, the lack of any accountability at all whatsoever, even being present here today, and then also not taking care of any of the plants. They're all brown. Again, we're going back to the wooden barn type of situation, haddock, animal farm type of situation there. But anyways, just wanted to call your attention. Tamara, can you just press on that slide? Because it's, okay, yeah, usually it's, expanded a little bit more, but it's okay. But yeah, I just feel like that needs to be metal, having the wire and that metal reduce just that look of a barn. And again, it's just, there's no accountability, and I'm really concerned about getting in a situation where they haven't paid their dues. And there was a business that either was given the option of, thank you, either getting rid of it or paying up, and they got rid of it. And then they have another business, another restaurant, so they're doing well, but they have not paid. So here's the situation with this. They are in arrears, and I don't think for them not to even show up, I think that's just not responsible. And I think that people need to take the time to be here and to talk about their project, their plan, and their proposal. But I just think that pretty soon I think we're going to get a situation that if they are in arrears, that the next step is basically remove it altogether. You do it yourself or let the city do it, but they have to pay their fees. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I want the record to reflect there's no applicant present. Okay. Would you say something, Zach? All right. So we'll move to discussion. What is the pleasure of the commission?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Table the item until next time, until we can hear
You may
from the.
continue the item.
Yeah, continue the item until next meeting, so we could actually hear from the applicant. Because there's, obviously, the parklet itself hasn't been taken care of, the plants haven't been taken care of, and those are questions I want answered.
Not even stained, it looks bad.
Yeah.
And the fees have.
Let's do this. Let's do just a quick survey of the concerns, that staff can capture the concerns. They can be communicated to the applicant to provide sufficient incentive to respond. So let's just go down the line, concerns. Just list them off for staff, from your perspective. And we'll start with you, Brett.
Upkeep of the parklet itself, the plants, and then, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, it just looks like it hasn't been taken care of. And if we want this to be a reflection of the city at our most viable place where commerce happens and everybody sees it, we want that to reflect our city in a positive light.
Okay. Commissioner Griffin, your thoughts on that?
I concur with what Brett said, and I'm also concerned about the fact that they haven't paid any of their fees since January.
Okay. Commissioner McCann?
Concerned with both of those things. What these gentlemen mentioned. And I'm concerned that they're not making any effort to, seems like, comply with the standard in any way, shape, or form. They're just kind of saying, here's what we got, go for it. So I think there should, given, it seems kind of oversized, so maybe there should be squaring off of it, creating some golf cart parking and bike rack parking. So that's my additional concern.
Commissioner Camp?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what I've heard, and in addition, so just to clarify, they're just saying, we just want to leave it the way it is, right? But we're going to maybe, I guess, cut down the posts, they're going to do that.
Yeah.
They've already done that, maybe.
Yes.
They did, okay.
It says removed.
And then if you look at the diagram, squaring it off, they actually wouldn't lose that much seating. Because like, for instance, where that's 17 feet, if you squared that off, you lose like that one table, it looks like, I assume. This is accurate in terms of the number of tables, and you could even move they've got a big open space in the middle. So you could square this off on both sides and still have almost the same number of dining, So to me, that's, hey,
Yeah.
they need to do that. And if you look at the photos of the deck, none of the, they've got straps on there that aren't painted. The hangers are not painted. Looks like the posts are a different color. It's not properly maintained. So it's sort of fallen apart. Wouldn't take much to demo this thing. But, the point being, and the leucadendrons, it's a great choice for a plant. It looks like one of them's. Oh, it's no longer alive at that one either? I love leucadendrons, but they're very finicky, tough to grow.
Yeah.
But, mostly I agree that, hey, they didn't show up, so this just kind of, hey, leave me alone. That's what we're hearing. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and in conjunction to that, I don't think the reduction would be a big hardship.
Yeah, that's a good
So,
point.
yeah.
Commissioner Washington, your observations?
Well, everybody covered everything. Look at the furniture. I mean, that's just terrible. I mean, it's obviously they don't care. You captured everything else in there, but it's not upkept. Obviously, they don't want to pay their bills. You're right. They're like, we're going to do it our way. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's concern about granting the deviations for this one, and that there is I don't know, I want to look down here. Is it resonating with Commissioner Camp's comments, squaring it off, with that's something that you guys would be interested in pursuing with the applicant? Okay, so let's communicate that, the general upkeep. Because, and it does look like it's in a general state of disrepair, and potentially not only squaring it off, but then they could, if we wanted to have them put the cable in. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a, they got to repaint it, they got to redo some things, so at a minimum, they need to repaint it,
Yeah.
at a minimum.
Can we require on the furniture? 'Cause,
Yep.
I mean, is the furniture, it's ugly, but is it compliant? Because it is metal, it's not plastic.
There you go.
Metal's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The material is okay. It would,
But can we specify color, or?
so the material is okay in the grand scheme of things. Our standards require wood, dark brown or black. So
Oh,
that would
okay.
be what you would recommend.
So it's non-compliant.
Yes.
It's non-compliant, we can force that issue if we want.
Yes.
So I think what I'm hearing is that the furniture is an issue too.
Okay. I mean, staff needs to bring that to our attention, but I think the overarching concerns are it needs to be squared off, it needs to be better maintained, we want to consider, how they could upgrade the look of it, and including the cabling, if that's what it takes. And certainly the plants, and, yeah,
The cabling is what, optional for them? Because we're not really forcing that on anybody.
right, but, yeah.
But we can.
Yeah, in this case.
I mean,
I think we want to be consistent, so I don't want to pick on them, but I think if
I don't
they,
want to pick on because of their.
they
lack of
need,
payment.
they need to clean it up.
Yes.
Can I address on something? Sorry to.
On
sorry.
this point, on this project, on this one?
On this staff report.
Okay.
Yes, on the staff report. On this staff report, and my comment might be equal on all other staff reports, can we please have more consistency regarding the color coding? Because the red implies that that's what they're not compliant with, but like this one, the furniture, they're non-compliant. It says natural wood tables and chairs, but they're not. So, but this one, the red, it's not highlighted in red.
Yes.
So it would be helpful.
Absolutely.
For us, if what was non-compliant is in red, like, if the plants are compliant and you're just telling me, oh, that's philodendrons and geraniums or whatever, that doesn't need to be in red.
Right, yes, that was omitted, and it's an asterisk here on the PowerPoint to say that I apologize, I missed the furniture, and this is me presenting that option. It was, yes, not mentioned on this, the orange stools. But that is noted and will be amended for the next round.
Thank you.
I think we've given you guys enough feedback to get their attention, so I'm going to go ahead and move that we continue the Parklet development permit for 26-245 Docent Brewing to our adjourned meeting on August 5th, 2026. Seconded by Commissioner Freeman. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. We're moving on to the seller.
Yes, the seller is proposing 8 deviations.
Hold
It
on,
is-
hold on, hold on.
Sorry.
I need to open the public hearing for the seller, which is at 156 Del Mar. And it is permit 26-268. Thank you, Lexi.
Yes.
Take it away.
Again, 8 deviations, the first one being it's directly in front of another business. They have received property owner and tenant approval for that. Their buffer zone is 32 inches, so slightly smaller than the required 3 feet. The dining deck is not squared off on both sides. The plants are olive shrubs, which they have trimmed to be 18 inches tall, which is compliant with the height portion, but not the type of plant. The barrier materials are 8-inch thick double-framed wood walls with a butcher block railing in a worn natural wood. There is no spacing in between these. It is a wall. That barrier height is 42 inches. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces. And for shade and heat, 5 white 8-foot-tall umbrellas and 3 8-foot-tall heaters. We're requesting 7 feet for the umbrellas and the heaters. Here is their site plan. They have called out the blockage of the adjacent tenant as 10 feet, and then it is shown more clearly in this photo here with the pink lines, just for reference. That, yeah, that's it. Available for questions.
They have the letter.
Yes, for both.
Okay. Questions for staff before? We do have the applicant is here, right?
Yes, Dawn, I think.
Great. I see her and I have her card, so yay. Before we move to the applicant, any questions for Lexi on this one?
What are the purple lines or pink lines?
That's noting the tenant space, and then it's also showing on that right side where PJ Harlow is. That's the adjacent business that they're blocking the frontage of. So the pink lines are their business frontage, and then to the right, that small portion is where they would have, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, go ahead and bring the applicant up. So, Dawn Provence? Did I say that right? Provence?
Province, yes, province, yes.
Well, welcome and thanks for sticking with us. You put in a lot of time just waiting, so we appreciate that.
Well, thanks for
Thank you.
being here, and
Thank you
thanks
so
for
much.
continuing the program. Yeah, we originally took advantage of the program during COVID, and at that time, the city provided K-rails, like metal K-rails, and we just put out whatever furniture we could find, and it really helped us stay in business. When we were given the opportunity to build an actual structure, we took advantage of that and built it according to the specs that the city gave us. I did not use all 3 spaces. I squared off one edge to leave room for bikes and a golf cart. And I think it just felt, design-wise, more cohesive. I kept the one line that followed the diagonal parking spot and kind of used that as an area to bring people off the street that are waiting, so that the sidewalk doesn't get blocked, and leaves space for pedestrians and whatnot. We originally built a solid wall construction, and we've been asking our customers what they think of that and how would they like an open rail, and they all seem to really like the cozy feel of the cellar's rustic patio. It also provides a better environment for dogs, because dogs, it's like Monterey now, there's dogs everywhere. And when they walk by on the street, the dogs on the patio don't see those dogs, so there's less of scuffles. We also have some older
patrons that can't hear very well, and the wives mentioned that their husbands can hear a little better in this environment because it's a little more enclosed. The heat also is retained at night with the closed walls, so we're asking if we could possibly keep the structure as is. If I need to shrink it up, definitely, I'll do anything to keep the patio. Pre-COVID, we were really busy late at night. Our business would go till 1 in the morning. It was kind of wild. After COVID, that business died off. We basically die around 8:30, 9. So the daytime business on the patio has been great. Nobody wants to sit in a dark wine bar and have lunch, so this has kind of helped us keep going. Let's see. I would be willing to buy the fancier bike rack for that little section that's on the up street. My husband takes care of the olive trees that are now shrubs, so I hope my friend behind me doesn't come up with pictures of the trees, maybe when he missed a watering. But maybe, I don't know. Our landlord has been super supportive, although he also has a retail store on the 100 block of Del Mar, and I understand the parking issues. I was on the Downtown Business Association board for probably 10 years, and so I understand your conundrum here. But I do also think that the outdoor dining, when done well, lends a nice experience downtown. I live in town. I've been here a long time, and my kids work with me, and it's just a great business, and I love the downtown. If you guys want me to change it up, I will. But if I could keep some of it, I would be really happy. Again, the height of the umbrellas and the heaters, like the Pronto owners mentioned, it's kind of hard to get a little lower. So I'd like to be able to keep the umbrellas as is. I buy new ones all the time, and they all look the same. I do have a design eye, so it's important to me for it to look good. The tabletop or the railing is a little warped, but I've been kind of waiting to see what happens here tonight before I replace that. And I think that's it, and I'm open to questions. And again, thank you again for all your time, and Lexi's been great to work with.
Good. Yeah, and thank you again for staying, being here, and being a great business owner in our town. So let me pull the colleagues here and see what we've got for you question-wise. I'll start with, this time with Commissioner Washington. Questions for the applicant?
Are you able to clean up under your deck? Probably not.
We have the contractor left 2 boards on either side on the gutter that we can lift up. And my husband goes on Mondays and he'll do he doesn't do a hose because we're not allowed to have hoses, but he does do a blower. And then if it's bad, he'll use a pressure washer and then catch it on the other end. And then we take it off. And then we also have pest control that comes monthly.
That's good for you? Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Camp.
No, I haven't.
No questions for you. Commissioner McCann.
Nope.
Commissioner Griffin and Commissioner Freeman. You'll save it, okay. Let me just put the skunk on the table, as it were, right? You've got the solid wall, you're the only one. Talk to us. What are your thoughts? I concur with you on your reasoning, that's for sure. Give us more, or help us understand where you're at on that.
Meaning, why do I like it, or?
No, we know why you like it, and I heard that. I heard that your customers like it, and it is a
Yeah.
warm and cozy feeling, and all the rest, and the dogs, and the listening, and the noise, and all the rest. And I think all that's true.
Yeah.
However, you are the only one like this.
When everybody started building, I just wasn't feeling the wood slats. It just looked kind of messy to me. Also, we are on the downslope side. We're the only parklet on the downslope. And I don't know, we haven't had any accidents, but if a car came down and wasn't paying attention, with a pole and wire construction, or even just the single slats. I just felt like I needed a little more barrier. So the actual wall is, I think it's about 8 inches.
Yeah, is that
Full?
double-sided?
Yeah, it is. So it costs more, but it just kind of lent itself more to the cellar and kind of a rustic wood.
And right now, is it not stained? Is it just weathering naturally?
Raw, yeah.
Okay.
I could paint it if you wanted. I kind of like the look.
Well, yeah, it's really difficult to, sort of the benefit of the natural weathering is it kind of blends into, with the street, and it doesn't, and if you were to paint it and it's solid, it would look like a wall. Or now it does, it is, but it does, the contrast isn't so sharp. So I think, yeah, I think we've got to juggle this and consistency and fairness, and also, but with respect to what you've built and with respect to how your customers feel. So the hot potato, this is, I'm.
Sure.
Yeah.
You don't have an easy job right
And I'll
now.
lean on my colleagues to see what they think about that. Let's just go through your list here. You've got the approval to be in front of your other businesses, the buffer zone of 32 inches, so they're okay. What does that mean?
4 inches,
They're
4
four-
inches too close to the travel lane.
Okay,
Yes.
Supposed to be 3.
okay.
Which at the time that we built this, that was the appropriate buffer amount. So
Okay, so you're kind of a retrofit or a grandfathering kind of thing there.
maybe.
So the 18 inches on the tree, I mean, I think you've got nice landscaping, those look good. It's the staff just wanting them to chop them down a little bit?
They're good with height, just not the type of plant. We're requiring succulents.
Okay. Okay. How do you guys feel about the olives? Are you guys okay with
I
those?
like 'em.
Yeah, do you like them?
Yeah, I don't know if the rodents like, no, I'm just kidding, yeah.
Yeah. Everybody okay?
Don't say that word.
Okay, so you've got us right, you've got everyone agreeing with you on that. Then the barrier, the height of the wall is 42 instead of 36. Okay, so you're high on that, but that was 42 the standard at the
Must have
time?
been.
So it's a grandfathering thing again. It's the same with the spots of the 3? That's another grandfathering
Yes.
thing. Okay, same with the squared off?
Yes.
Okay,
They're
and,
squared off on one side.
yeah,
It's not the outside.
right. And I think you've made a good case for the umbrella's height and the heater, so did the Pronto guy, right? Do we all agree with that? Okay, so it really comes down to the solid. Is that true?
Well, I
How do you guys feel about the solid?
So, the solid wall,
Yes.
my question is it obstructing cars backing out, like you said earlier, or someone said earlier, any accidents there caused by it? I mean, we kinda use that as our measuring tool when we were going through it. We haven't forced no one to, as long as it was safe and it was compliant, we haven't changed nothing, so that's the issue. Can't see how high, it's high?
Yeah.
How high is it?
It's
Higher than
42
most?
instead of 30, it's 6 inches
Yeah.
too high.
Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with. But when you use the term grandfathered, then I'm like, well, we also talk about not trying to put more cost on anyone, and, because this is only gonna be temporary, out to 2029, but with that said, is there any safety risks, with us as kind of saying, let's do that when there's a potential risk? I don't know what staff may have said in that.
So regarding maybe the height, does the staff feel that is a line of sight issue? If they were to take a board down, would that improve it? Or, can you talk about that, Zach?
Staff would be supportive of a shorter height, 36. Sorry. Staff would support a shorter height of 36 inches if they want to keep a solid board. That height would help a bit. With respect to the safety, it wasn't only the backup distance. There was a concern from OC sheriffs back in 2024 when we extended this program. They wanted to be able to see through it, to see the activity on the sidewalk and the storefronts behind it. I think the town is kept pretty safe by the sheriffs, but they also wanted all the visibility they could get.
If we lowered it by the board, one board, is that 6 inches roughly? Or probably 4, it's probably a 2x4 probably, or, I don't know, what do you think that is, Scott?
I think they're
2 by
1x6s.
So it's 6 inches. So if we took one board down, that would be the 6 inches. Do you think that would increase visibility to the sidewalk?
I think that would help.
Yeah. What do you think? How big of a deal is that?
No, that'd be great. I'll take whatever I can get.
Yeah, I
Do we have
park
a
it,
consensus that as a compromise, if we had them lower at the 6 inches with the one board and recap it,
I
that
think on
would,
that item,
yeah.
Yeah.
but we should still,
Yeah, I want to go back to the sheriff's. The sheriff, is the sheriff worried about somebody standing and ducking below there with a gun or something, and you can't see because it's not perforate, it's not fence where you can see through?
I think their comment was
What it was?
driving by in their patrol cars, they wanted to be able to see as much of the scene on the street and the sidewalk as possible. I don't think it was that someone was going to hide in the parking lot. They just wanted to see the whole sidewalk.
Yeah, what you said, okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a good
Compromise?
compromise for that item, yeah.
Okay, Scott, Steve, what other items do you have? Don?
Well, I mean, she makes a pretty good case for the angle, but she's asking for larger than the guidelines and
On what? I'm sorry.
on the configuration. I
The
was looking.
size, the overall size?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was looking for that site plan.
It's below.
Here it
Is it
is.
this one? Yeah.
Here it is. So it's 2 spaces, but it's not squared off. So it ends up being 3 spaces? Is that?
Yes, yeah.
It's kind of 2.5.
It's 2.5.
'cause and she did say she would buy a bike rack. So there is parking for bikes and or golf cart, and they're willing to put the bike rack into. And that's what she said.
So on
Yeah, and even if-
right side of this, where that angle is, they put a bike, okay, thank
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, so even if they squared it off on the other side, and I know there is because I've waited there, there is a waiting area inside before you get into the main dining. So that's sort of double.
I'm not really sure, Steve, if they did square both sides off, what we're really buying, because
It doesn't get you another spot.
it doesn't get us a parking spot. They already have bike and golf carts, so I kind of feel like if we ask them to lower it 6 inches, put a new cap on
They
it,
got it.
I think that's the
Yeah, no,
solution.
I agree. I mean, they do have the bike and golf cart on the other side.
Yeah,
Those containers with the olive trees or shrubs, those are the standard size?
Yes, the planters?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. So that 32 inches is from the block, or is from the wall? Or that they have, well, it's supposed to be 3 feet, but it's 32 inches.
Yes.
Okay. But they have the same size container, so it does stick out
but
for,
they have 5.
nicely
Odd
done.
numbers,
Nicely done.
design.
Yeah, but
She went to architect school, I think.
yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to think that it's fine, and I do like the idea of lowering it. Although then do you have those string lights?
Yeah, but they're
inside?
just tucked under that top lip, so he can just pull them out and then lower them down one, yeah.
So nobody burns their hands or anything on those things?
Well, they should be hopefully cool touch
Not
light
yet.
bulbs or something.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with it.
Okay, or space them in such a way that they're not.
No, they're,
The other thing, or you get rid of them and just put little table lamps on instead.
or use a rope light.
Yeah,
I like
rope
that
light,
idea.
that would be
Those are
better.
both good ideas, yeah.
Let's do the rope light. So what I'm hearing is give you what you're asking for with you giving lowering it to 6 inches, redoing the cap so it's nice, and then rope light for recessed lighting.
Why are we specifying rope light?
Thank you.
To get away from the string light.
The string lights are only not allowed if they're above. It says that the lighting is allowed at the rail
It's just a
height.
recommendation. I don't
Yeah.
think we can dictate. You're right.
It's something for you to think about.
She likes the idea.
I like the idea of the tabletop one better.
Yeah, okay, whatever you want to do. Okay, is there anything else that we want to do with this project?
Is the bike rack required? Because they do have to pay for that and install it.
Ed, I have a question. Is there enough room for a bike rack and to have golf cart parking in that slot?
Not really. You can install the bike rack, people will use it, and people will probably illegally park their golf carts sticking halfway out into the street. Yeah.
Do we need a bike rack there? Wouldn't people just park their bike there without, do they need a bike rack to park their bike there?
I would ask, do people already tie the bike to your railing? Where do your
They just park the
customers?
bike there and don't really
do, okay.
strap it to anything, because half the time they're having,
Right there?
yeah.
Yeah, or they could just lock the bike. I'm not inclined to to require it. That's their option, but, because I like the idea of the golf cart. There's so many more golf carts now on Del Mar that having that spot.
It's
That
a
gives
harder
us,
spot to find, is the
yeah,
golf.
and it's also makes, hopefully they won't then take up a car spot. Okay, who wants to make the motion? Hold on.
We haven't done public.
Oh, yeah, hold on, sorry, I'm getting ahead of
Public
myself.
comment on this one.
Yeah. We have a public comment from Amanda Quintanilla. This is on the cellar, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Can you please go back to the wall of the cellar, please? I just don't understand. You have our Orange County Sheriff's Department weighing in on this, that they want a clear line of sight, and you're going against that. This is a public safety matter. A clear line of sight was discussed regarding Maxburg Park, regarding problems, and the city council took them seriously. If you want a clear line of sight, a clear line of sight, then you should maintain that. You have, thank you for city staff to mentioning that report. If they have a problem with it, I think you need to listen to that. There's a reason for that. Now, all I see when I'm looking at this wall, this wood on the left, on the lower, where the little magenta or purple lavender lights in the picture, the lines there, all I see now is the wood, how sometimes wood gets rotten. And it looks, that's what kind of reminds me on the bottom. It looks like it's rotten, kind of, it looks like moldy, kind of wood that's been out there, hasn't been doing anything with it. That's what it looks like to me. Now I just feel like it's disgusting. And I'm glad one of the commissioners said that if you painted it, it's going to be one solid wall. So here's a situation where you're opening up a Pandora's box, that now you wanted to go away from the wooden slats, then you went to the metal bars or the metal railing, and now saying, oh, it's okay, no, forget about that, let's just do this wall, this solid wall. To me, it just looks, now, and that's all I can see. It's mold there, and I'm just really, I can't get past that. Even if you painted that, it's just going to be a solid wall. Going back, emphasizing, if the deputies are concerned, we have people that sleep on Del Mar, homeless, the unhoused, they sleep on Del Mar. If they need to get these people out of there, then you need to get them out. Provide services to them. I'm all for that, providing services to the unhoused. But in this situation, all I see now is mildew and a whole wall of mildew. Thank you for your time.
Okay, no, thanks for your comments. The applicant, can you please, you have time, it's your opportunity to come and respond to those comments.
I would guarantee that there's no mold on the wood. I did have mold on the olive trees, but I had a Luna clean it up for me. I would be willing to replace any boards that did have mold, but I'm pretty sure there's none. As far as the police wanting a clean site into an area, I totally get that. But then also we have the tile bulb outs, and those you can't see through if you're a policeman driving by. You'd have to actually get out of your car, I think, and look as well. So, I don't know, consider that as well.
Can I
Thank
ask,
you.
what type of wood is that, do you know?
I believe it's redwood. So when it was
It is redwood.
built, it was pretty bright.
It's called a patina.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about sealing? Putting a clear seal
Yeah,
on that?
totally could. Hmm.
Your mic's on, did you?
Okay. I mean, I don't know if we need to write that into the conditions, but.
Yeah, the flooring is actually like a Tyvex, not Tyvex, but like a fake wood.
Yeah, like a fiber on.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think we covered this already, but, so I'll ask this to staff. By lowering the wall 6 inches, which the applicant has agreed to do we improve that line of sight to the sidewalk?
Yes. I mean, from a car, which was the concern from the sheriffs. Also, the city council members mentioned sitting in a car, driving down the street, window shopping, or looking at the retail businesses. It will help. If you're in a car, you're sitting on the chair, you can probably see 36 inches, where 42 might be getting to that point where it's harder to see over. So every 6 inches does help visibility.
Right, okay. You want to make a motion?
I want to make a motion.
Great.
I move that we approve project PC 26-024 and recommend that we find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, further CEQA review, and that we adopt resolution PC 26-024. With the stipulation that the exterior,
Before you continue, it's 023,
sorry,
just so you don't have to start over again.
Yeah, two,
P20, yes.
That's the vine that you
PC
just mentioned.
26023.
okay,
The next one is the next parklet.
BP 26-268.
got it, thank you. Dash 023, with the stipulation that the exterior perimeter barrier be lowered by 1 board height with the top cap reinstalled at that lower height.
And, yeah, I think that was,
Second,
I think that was it.
Thank you.
Was that it?
thank you.
I also have here the lighting, we're not concerned about that anymore, and omitting the bike rack, they don't, is that,
We can omit the bike rack, and I think we
Great.
were, I don't know, I don't think we need to make a requirement. We were just suggesting alternate lighting
understood?
from the string light, which she has that understanding. It's been, so we have okay, so we have a,
Before you go, can I have one question, just ask?
okay, yeah.
The design of these walls, back whenever they did this, was it always, there was no guidance given, so that's why it's grandfathered? Because later, it seems like everyone's has it where, it's fenced, where you can see. So I guess so you can see cars, and cars can, see through all that. And this is the one, I'm just saying, setting the precedence, this is the one that's not gonna be that. We got how many more of these coming before us? More, the solid wall piece, I get the sheriff and all that, I'm not worried about that. We got areas on Delmar that are concrete that somebody can duck and hide behind, so that's there. But,
I think we asked earlier, is did they build this to the original design guidelines?
I don't know the answer. This may predate the design guidelines. And also, they were just guidelines, they weren't standards. So we gave people the guidelines, and then we rubber stamped some designs that were a little different.
I want to get an answer to your
Go ahead,
question.
go ahead, go
Don, I believe you represented to us that you were following the guidelines at the time that you built this, early on.
Remember, yes. And I don't think I would have built anything that the city wouldn't want. I'm kind of a rule follower. So that's my knowledge.
so the reason why I ask, because this is where I'm at with this, is that, what's this, Katrina's or whatever, they got in the program in 2020, unless they rebuilt it later. Is that what happened?
Several of them did rebuild.
Okay, because, yeah, because you got Pronto's 2021, the Cellar 2021, and the Vine 2021. So, and they're that way, so they must have changed theirs. Okay.
If it was 2021, there were no guidelines then, so they could do whatever
Right,
they want.
that's what I'm saying, it's grandfather, but some went on and took it upon themselves to change it so cars can see through it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, my questions are answered.
Cool, that's great. So we have a motion from Commissioner McCann. It's been seconded by Commissioner Freeman. Is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. So again, once the Planning Commission meeting minutes from tonight are approved by City Council, then you're good. Okay. I think we have one more.
Yep.
No, fine.
The Vine. And I think I closed the public hearing, but if I didn't, public hearing for that last one was closed. I am not sure, but we'll do it again if we need to. I'm just trying to get, so the Vine is 24? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Okay, so I will open the public hearing for the Parklet dining permit application for the Vine at 211 or 211 North El Camino Real, and it is PC 26-024 Lexi.
Yes, I would like to emphasize that this is the only private property parklet proposed to you today. However, they are subject to the design standards of those on Avenida Del Mar, so that would be the ones that we just reviewed. They have 6 proposed deviations. One is that they don't provide a buffer zone. They don't have any plants. Their barrier materials are Douglas fir stained wood and corrugated metal. Their barrier height is 8 feet tall, which is explained in photos. Their furniture, which is another one that wasn't highlighted in red, but is noted here, they have black booth seating and red chairs with natural wood tables and no golf cart and bike parking. This one is relatively unique because it doesn't actually have a deck surface. They built it on top of the existing asphalt over one parking space. Here is their site plan. They do have an existing approved permanent patio, so this is in addition to what they already have in terms of outdoor dining, and these are the photos. It is not necessarily super visible from the public right-of-way. They did their best to blend it into the existing outdoor patio. And they were in violation of an ADA space, which they have resolved. So they are only taking up one compliant parking space. And I'm available for questions.
We'll start with Commissioner Washington. Questions for? No, I'm just.
Sorry.
Okay,
No, I don't have no questions.
okay. Steve?
Okay, so the buffer zone, where would that be if they had it? Because it looks like
Yeah.
they have these, wine barrels or whatever with olive, I don't know if those are olive trees. Yeah. Isn't that the buffer zone?
No, that's the permanent, so the frontmost portion closest to the street is their permanent outdoor dining facility that they got approved. Behind it, it's best shown in that bottom right picture with the wood slats.
Oh, okay.
That's their parklet. Ideally, just quickly going back, so they originally proposed plants on that far right side of the site plan. That would be their buffer zone area. Again, this is to omit any car crashing into the parklet, so that would be our preferred area if you requested a buffer zone.
Okay, but they have, it looks like that's a walkway. That
That
stripe, the blue stripes?
Yeah, it's the ADA.
ADA path of travel.
Okay, so
There would need to be some reconfiguration if, yes.
they couldn't really, even with that front one, which is permitted, you couldn't really have a buffer zone because then you wouldn't have ADA access to the parking, right?
Because the ADA is around the corner, right? It's right here, the handicap parking, right? That's the walkway to that.
Yeah, but that's from the public.
Okay.
You have to have one from the public sidewalk. So ADA, so for the buffer zone, that doesn't really work anyway.
Yes.
Because of the existing.
Yes.
Okay, just want to clarify. Yeah, I don't have any other questions, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner McCann, questions for?
A question. I just want to make sure I'm looking at this right. So the one with the brick, that's the patio.
Yes, permanent.
And then the one with the wood bottom, that's the, I'm gonna call it a cabana, because that's kind of what it looks like. It's got a, does it have a roof as well?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not really a parklet in our,
It's classified and presented by staff as a parklet with these deviations.
that's a lot of deviations. Okay. Hey.
That's it, that's already there. They put it in already.
Yes.
So, are we done? Are you done? That's it. Okay, so just, let's review the parking. So their parklet is taking up how many parking spots?
One.
One.
Yes.
And what part, is that their private parking spot?
Correct.
That they're taking?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know about you guys, but that doesn't sound too bad to me. One parking spot in their own private lot? Okay. Do we care about the plants? When it says plants, none.
Well, you couldn't really put them there anyway.
There's no room, right?
Yeah.
He's got plants in the front.
It's like way in the back, like that's.
Right. Do we need plants there? Probably not. Do we need bike and golf car parking? No, it's just private parking lot.
You can't do any other thing, you approach the park and walk.
So really, it comes down to the materials, the corrugated metal and the wood and the height. What do you guys feel about that?
Well, the corrugated metal matches their permanent.
What about the applicant?
Yeah, I'm just going, we're going to get, is the applicant even here? Okay, well, get ready to come up. Listen to our questions and then please respond. Go ahead. Just kind of going through our take on it. Go ahead.
Are we just asking questions? Or
Yeah. I'm asking you guys, I'm trying to narrow it down to what is it we want to talk to the applicant about? And it just seems like it's the structure itself, if anything.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, okay. All right. If you don't mind, can you come up and introduce yourself and?
Hi, my name's Russ. Thank you for letting me be the last one here.
I know, you get the award for
I
the
got the award
longest
for
wait.
being here for a little over four, well, everyone's
Yeah,
here. so
thank you.
Thank you.
If you get approved, you won't mind.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, we're aware also how long.
Yeah, thank you. I guess the biggest thing I wanted to bring up was, we didn't want to put the potted plants in the ADA walkway in the back. So that's one reason. We wanted the corrugated metal to match the existing feel of the patio as well as the furniture. And you can there's a sight line through the front if you're on the sidewalk where you can see all the way through the back from the existing patio to the front or to the back as well. And then the corrugated metal is there to give it a little more privacy from the dumpster that's in the back of the parking lot so you don't get that odor.
Is that it? I'm just gonna,
And
cut you off.
we would love to keep everything as is if that's okay with you.
Okay. Let's see what, questions?
So who told you to submit this as a parklet? Because I'm having an issue myself. I look at it as a cabana or another structure. I think if we put this in that parklet basket, we're setting up precedent in other public areas that I don't think we should be doing, but.
So when we applied back in 2021, the corrugated metal wasn't there. It was just the wood base.
Okay.
And then that went up to kind of help block the trash odors. So that's why it's taller than a parklet.
Okay.
I guess the one thing, you mentioned public. Can you, Lexi, is this on private property?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not in the public right of way. So that's why I am more forgiving about that. But you're onto something in terms of a structure.
Yeah, but there is a provision in the parklets that they can be on private property.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
100%. And this is, it's his property, it's his business, I get that. But I don't want somebody to look at this and say, down the road, hey, he did this, and it's called a parklet. Why can't my parklet look like that? I don't think we should call it a parklet. That's my whole point.
Okay.
He's doing an addition, but calling it a parklet.
Yeah.
That's kind of your.
That's my point.
Yeah. Well, ask it as a question to staff, see what the hell they respond to that.
Chair, can I also jump in? It's been brought up several times about precedent, and I understand it's very tricky because we're hearing 7 different public hearings tonight. But they are individual projects, and so if, to the extent you can differentiate and look at the findings, that is totally acceptable to
Yeah.
make those findings.
Did you want to keep going?
No.
Okay.
That actually brings up another question though, so,
Well, let's go down, let's see if you.
I'm good.
Okay, Scott, anything? Okay, now your turn.
okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
So it is an overhead structure. Was it, so before it was just the little wall base there and it was open?
We had the overhead that hanged over the original patio where the ADA was, and then we built underneath that.
Okay, so the only thing you did was fill in that corrugated metal portion, but the roof was already there.
Yes.
And is that that's not a temporary structure though. That's a permanent structure.
It's an awning.
Oh, it is an awning.
Yeah.
Okay. It's hard to tell from the front there. Okay, well, that answers my question. Thank you.
Aaron, did you have any questions for the applicant?
I'm good.
Okay. That's why I was trying earlier to kind of move us through this so that, to see if we had what we wanted to focus on. So, I think it was just the structure in the back, how you have it configured.
Okay.
And so from a staff perspective, you guys are okay, it's on a private parking lot, so the fact that it has a wall with corrugated steel, that's okay with you, because it's on the private parking lot.
Not only the private parking lot, I mean, we might have concerns on some other private parking lots. We considered it on a case-by-case basis, like Jenna was saying, and considering the design and the mass and form around it. It's in the back of the lot. You can't really see it anyway because there's an approved structure right in front of it. And then right behind it, you have a non-conforming retaining wall. It's not really blocking a view of an attractive public amenity. So
Okay.
here, we just didn't see any sight lines being impacted. If this were proposed in a different location, we might have a
That would
different
be, yeah,
analysis.
that's what I wanted to get on the record, why we could make the finding that this is consistent with our general plan and our general plan policies. And that we do have the flexibility to allow these types of uses and in this area to achieve the overall vision of the Del Mar or T-zone in your case. So I can make the findings, and as long as my colleagues are okay with that, I think we should just approve the staff recommendations. That's my recommendation, my colleagues. We all in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I can make a motion.
good. Okay, so, thank you.
I appreciate it.
I think we're all set. I'm going to close the public hearing
All right.
and turn it over to Commissioner Camp for a motion.
Okay, I move that for PDP 26-266 Vine Parklet information.
Is it
Wait.
266 or it's 204?
PC 26-024.
Oh, 024, sorry. That we find for the staff recommendation, and we determine that the project is categorically exempt from further CEQA pursuant to the guidelines listed, and that we approve the project.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Staff, any questions? Where everybody's on the same page?
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Again, once the council approves our meeting minutes from tonight, you're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying late with us.
Appreciate
Nice
it.
to have company. We appreciate that.
All right. Enjoy your evening.
We will be wrapping up here.
Swing by for dinner.
We'll open up
Yeah. And thank you for your amazing restaurant. You serve a great menu. You guys are fantastic, and it's just a pleasure to have you. And you're really a restaurant that brings a lot of pride with the quality of service and your food. It's amazing.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, item 9, new business, we have none.
I move we adjourn.
Oh, almost, hold on. No old business. Do we have any commissioner reports?
Yes, I would like, no.
Yes. Zach, do you want to have, is there any updates from staff?
We did want to quiz you on the TFA, which I think comes right before that. Did we skip that? Or we skipped that.
Well, we haven't gotten to it yet, but let's just merge it.
So we're proposing to start the next meeting at 5 PM as well, instead of 6, because we have 3 other items as well as another batch of parklets. Unless you want to start at 4 earlier than, but we
Well,
think 5 at a minimum.
let's just for a second, what is why is the Seacliff Boutique Hotel back on our agenda? What is that about? Didn't we approve that already?
The request from the applicant is for the planning commission to consider what they have identified as minor changes, but staff have found have some potential for public concern that were required by the coastal commission. So they were required to make some changes to the plans that the planning commission already approved, and now they're coming back to get a reciprocal agreement of plans that coastal required changes.
Do you think that's going to be routine?
I don't want to prejudice that decision, but I think we
Because
can
if
get
it's going
through
to
it
be a lot,
quickly.
we have a lot already. I mean, my question is, should we push that to,
Oh, they're very anxious to be heard. They want the changes
No.
Does it
considered.
affect parking?
There is a small parking
no
change.
DRSC requirement?
No.
Okay.
That one I think we can get through in a reasonable amount of time. Do you have the other 2 items on the agenda? There's a telecom item that will be going
There's
to
the
DRSC.
residence that Gatney's going to go over, and then we've got the AT&Ts at the CUP for the AT&T.
Try for a special meeting
Jen is asking if you're interested in a special meeting for the parklets, to keep those items on the 5th, but to have the parklets at a different time, or if you just want to have another long meeting. Yeah, we can get pizza. No, we talked about that. If we start at 5 and we have more items, we will take a break.
I think we start at 4.
We could also start at 4.
Is that hard on the applicants, though?
What, to have a special meeting?
No, I mean,
Let's start at. That's just keeping people on.
well, we could start at 4 and put AT&T at 4 and put the residence one at 4 and put the Seacliff one at 4. We could put them,
Yeah.
we could put them at 4.
Yeah, we would do those items before the parklets.
Yeah. AT&T will be fine. They're on the clock. I'm sure the resident one, they won't mind, so.
Have we reviewed that on DRSC?
The-
residents?
Yeah, that was the one with
Yeah.
the modern design
Oh, yeah, okay.
on the hillside
Oh,
with the windows and glass.
yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
want to look at that one.
Okay.
mean, I'm okay
Can we do
with-
4 o'clock, everybody?
Yeah.
Aaron,
Yeah.
you okay with 4 o'clock on the
Make myself available.
5th of August?
I do work full-time, but I can adjust my schedule.
Okay.
Cameron,
It's all, yes, sir.
do we need to check with Amanda?
I didn't hear anything. I did not hear that. I thought,
One, we have a problem with 4 o'clock is Commissioner Prescott.
yeah, and she can come late. As long as we have a quorum.
She's like me, she works too.
Yeah. Are you sure? You okay? Okay. All right.
In that case, we'd ask that you adjourn to 4 o'clock.
4
At an
o'clock.
adjourned meeting. The only other staff update I have on this item is that we're grateful for Lexi's service in the planning division. She's now working in the city manager's office. So you won't see Lexi quite as often, although she is bound to finish these parklets. And you
It
may
will
see
live with me.
Yeah.
But she's been promoted and we're happy about that. We're hiring a new planning technician. In the next few weeks, we'll have a new staff member to welcome. And the final comment is that my position as city planner has been made permanent.
Oh, congratulations. Great.
Campaign all around.
He's all excited, look at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get new name tag.
Okay, I will move, we adjourn to the adjourned Planning Commission meeting scheduled for Wednesday, August 5th at 4 PM here at the City Council Chambers at City Hall. Second from Commissioner Griffin. All those in favor of adjourning? Aye?
Aye.
Adjourned. Yeah. That's what happens when it gets to the, past my bedtime.
Slap happy hour.
All right, you guys, have a good one.
Yeah, see ya.
Good first meeting.